Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush. Shop in November and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the domain site Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call AGX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Mm-mm.
Aaron Hooker, Rod Baker, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260.
Appreciate your messages on our message lines, text line, 512-447-3776. Says, is Justin Herbert really that much better than Dak Prescott? He's record-setting as a young player, but hadn't won a big game. One of the things when you're
Dak's
playing
been great lately.
Dak has been real good.
Last 3 games, he's been really good.
And Cowboys had bad luck on Sunday night. Same time, they still can't run the ball, and I think that's the fatal flaw right now, especially when you look at their schedule. Cowboys have 3 winnable games coming. Excuse me, through Thanksgiving. They'll play the Giants and they'll play the Washington Commanders. They should be 8-3. But then we said they have that really tough stretch coming out of Thanksgiving where they're going to, find out about what that team is about moving forward. The Eagles have a real tough stretch too, but now they have 2 games in hand on the Cowboys after that huge win. And if you're an Eagle fan, you get out of there going, man, we were lucky to win that football game.
Yep.
We didn't do a lot right. Cowboys really outplayed us, yet we won. And now they're 8-1 into their bye week. Cowboys sitting 5-3. But, whether it's fair or not, Dak's going to get knocked until he wins a big game in January or a couple of big games in January. That's really what it's about. Justin Herbert hasn't done it either. And I think Justin Herbert plays in Los Angeles. He was also a top 5 pick. That comes with, a little more recognition. Dak's a 4th-round pick who's got to work his way to where he is and still takes heat. But, part of when we play the Jets, Rod, like they did last night, ask the Eagles and ask the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen. The one thing, you just don't want to beat yourself in that game. If you just play a conservative game, and I think Herbert did have to take a lot of chances last night. They just let the Jets offense fumble their way.
Yeah.
The one thing you can't do is turn the ball over 3 or 4 times like the Bills did. And the Eagles lost to the Jets. How do you lose to that team?
Turn the football. That's Jalen Hurts. Turned the football over a lot.
Had 3 picks that game.
Yeah, are you right about that?
And so it's almost like if you give Brandon Staley some credit, they were just very conservative offensively. Defense dominated, reserved the right to punt. Austin Eckler had 2 touchdowns, and in the end they win by 21 points.
That's one of the worst defense though in the league, Chargers, and that's crazy to say, but it is.
And they held to 6.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That defense should be able to hold you to 6.
Yeah, so the Cowboys play the Giants, Carolina, then Washington. So Thanksgiving Day afternoon, they're playing Washington. They'll probably be 8-3. Those are 3 very winnable games. And they've shown the ability to pulverize bad teams, right? That's what the Cowboys do. They still haven't beaten a good team. The one team they didn't pulverize were the Cardinals, who somehow beat them. That's their only win. But then, as we said yesterday, Rod, starting November 30th, last day of the month of November, Seattle, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. 5 in a row for the Cowboys. Yeah. I would argue to one and have a good stretch there against 5 likely playoff teams. You're going to have to develop a run game. You're going to have to run the football.
Yeah.
I know they don't do it well, but I don't know how you get into December and January and not be able to run the football.
Because your running back is not the same explosive talent that he was prior to the most recent injury. He'll get back there, but not as quickly as the Cowboys would have hoped. The Cowboys have a lot. They'll draft guys who had injuries.
Yeah.
And they no, our doctors will get them right. Our trainers will get it right. And they're right about that a lot of the times. They actually are correct about that. But I think they may have some overconfidence, if you will. They might be a little overinflated in their belief that their training staff can get some of their players like Michael Gallup, who had a recent injury, and like a Tony Pollard, recently had injury, that they can get them back to their elite level of play, to their old explosive selves quicker and they kind of hasten that timeline. And I think that now they should learn the lesson, and they probably should learn it about Trevon Diggs too. Not saying Trevon Diggs not going to come back and be a great player, but you might want to get an insurance policy at corner too. I know they got Stephon Gilmore, but he's more of a stopgap. Get an insurance policy there too, either in the draft, free agency, or via trade, because he may start slow after a big-time injury. At least that's what recent history would tell you.
I agree with you, but they have had enough sample size to see that Tony Pollard isn't what he was, and they should have made a trade. Which, again, it's too late now, but they should have. And I think it's going to be their fatal flaw when they get to that stretch, and they need to be able to run the ball. The weather turns. They have a December 17th game in Buffalo. You're going to have to be able to run the football in that game.
But we've been saying this since the offseason that they needed to draft a running back, go get one in free agency, and even trade for one before the recent trade deadline. And they refused to do it because those four dreaded words, we like our guys.
Yeah.
We like our guys. Well, these are your guys.
Well,
every other NFC playoff team decided we like our guys, but we want to add some more guys. And the Cowboys were the only organization that decided, in that group, that decided, no, we're perfect. We're good. Just
stand pat. Yeah. And Jerry said we made our trades back in the offseason. We acquired Gilmore and Cooks, but we'll see. We'll see who ends up right on that. I would also say to your point about the injuries, the one thing for Trevon Diggs, he got hurt early in the year. Tony Pollard and Michael Gallup both got injured in January.
Yeah.
Right? They got hurt in playoff games or games in the so you're talking about it's not even a calendar year that those guys are coming back and being asked to be bell cows, right? And Michael Gallup, you would argue, still hasn't gotten all the way back to what he was before the injury. Tony Pollard hasn't looked like that type of player. All right, so we'll pick up the NFL. Week 9 is in the books. We'll put a bow on that. Also get to this Michigan situation where folks are weighing in on Jim Harbaugh and the Big Ten's letter to the school saying you can expect some discipline coming down the pike here pretty shortly. We'll try to debate what that's going to be. But right now, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Longhorns awaiting the college football playoff rankings tonight. Let's do it.
Hey, Zach, can we have cut 3 and 4 ready to go, please? Thank you. All right, Sark had his Monday press conference, and he spoke to the media. Actually spoke about a lot of different things, and actually went on. He had some very lengthy audio clips here from Sark. So Sark actually spoke to the media for quite a while. The number one topic of conversation was obviously the status of Quinn Ewers and the injuries on the team, and we'll get to that here in just a second. But first and foremost, here's Sark talking about their next opponent, the TCU Horned Frogs.
Obviously, we've got a tall task Saturday, going on the road, night game, primetime game against a good football team that I don't think the record is indicative of
let's go forward next side, please.
Losses that gone either way, and then the record looks different. So we got to make sure that we look at the totality of body of work of TCU. They've got really quality players. They've got a veteran defense. They've got athletic quarterbacks. They got good schemes. They're really good on special teams, and so we know they'll be ready to play. We know we'll get their best shot. We need to ensure that they get our best shot as well.
There you go. That's Sark talking about the TCU Horned Frogs. Yeah, I mean, we just talked about it. They do present some problems that have, given Texas some issues from earlier this season, whether you're talking about the pass first mentality, whether you're talking about the fact that Sonny Dykes has had a lot of success versus Texas, that veer and shoot offense, which gave Texas some issues versus Oklahoma. That is the same offense that Kendall Browse runs there at TCU. So there are some concepts that Texas will see versus TCU that have been problematic. And if they haven't resolved those issues and they haven't found a way to be more effective versus those concepts, they're going to see all of them, and they may struggle versus those concepts in that TCU game. That would be the concern. But Texas is a better team, and line of scrimmage should be the reason they dominate this matchup.
Right. I mean, we talked all last week about K-State, and they maybe if the Longhorns can stalemate the physicality, it can be a win for Texas. They dominated with physicality and lines of scrimmage, and that's probably the second best line of scrimmage team in the conference. TCU struggles on their lines of scrimmage up front on offense and defense, run the football and stopping the run. This should be, it should be big should, Rod. A vanilla game plan here, whether it's Quinn Ewers or Malik Murphy. Run the football. Run the
Yeah.
football with your stable of backs. It's on the road. Run game, defense, these things travel. Special teams, you can travel into a night game. The Longhorns are going to play 3 night games the rest of the way. It was announced Iowa State's a night game too, so it'll be the primetime Horns in November with 2 6:30 kicks and a 7 o'clock kick in their last 3.
Here is Sark talking about the Quinn Ewers injury and the update about his status.
Yeah, so Quinn, like I said, he started to throw a little bit last week.
Ty, can we have 14, please?
To me, it's more day to day.
Thank you, brother.
A couple weeks ago, it was kind of week to week. Today's more day to day, and I got to, continue to see how he feels. Ultimately, this is how does he feel? I can't, the doctors, what does it feel like? Where is he at? I can give my assessment on the capability to operate our offense, but ultimately, how does he feel? And so we'll navigate this week.
There you go. That's Sark talking about the quarterback, the status of Quinn Ewers and the quarterback position overall. Here is Sark talking about the injuries. This is actually really promising report from Sark about the overall status of injuries with certain players on the team.
Well, I say this. I think the thing that was probably the most encouraging thing for me today, everybody practiced. That was awesome. We've gone about a month now or so where certain guys have been out, certain guys have been limited. The beauty of today's practice,
Could we have 5 ready, please, Ty?
Yep.
Thanks.
Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there. So that was real positive. Naturally, as the week goes on, we're going to have to monitor all these guys and figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what is that going to look like. But for a Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging for me.
There you go. That's probably the best news that you'll hear if you're a Longhorn fan. Everybody practice. Not everybody's going to play, but everybody practice, which means they're on track to play at one point before the season's over, which means crazy. You can get, if not, I have some wood to knock on it. But yeah, you can get healthy at the perfect time, at the right time to close out the season and ready to get yourself ready for a Big 12 title run.
Yeah, you put yourself in that position and you get some guys back. And, what you also did is survive and advance, as we say. But you did so. I mean, Christian Jones, that one kind of flew under the radar because we hadn't talked about it all last week and no one knew. He got hurt in practice and then all of a sudden didn't play. So Cam Williams, a big kid out of Duncanville, was out there, and that's his first start against a good team in K-State. So now you get him some experience in a big spot. Kelvin Banks had to leave that game at one point on Saturday, and so you had to move Hayden Connor out to left tackle and really shuffled some things. But if everyone was out there, that means Cole Hudson was back. That means Christian Jones is back. That means your whole offensive line, Jalen Catalon and Keaton Crawford to go with everybody else. So that's good. Maybe trending towards being able to play here soon, if not Saturday.
Yep, no, I totally agree. Obviously, the big injury that people are tracking right now is whether Quinn Ewers is going to play. We told you earlier he posted a song lyric on social media from Merle Haggard earlier. I think it was yesterday, actually. So turn me loose, set me free. It was a picture of him at the line of scrimmage. So hopefully that means Quinn's ahead of schedule. Right now, I think he's day to day. Here's Sark talking about Malik, though, because if Quinn can't go, then Malik looks like he's on track to make his 3rd start. But Malik struggled last game after he threw that first pick, and things kind of went on a downward spiral. He did make some clutch throws in clutch time in the 4th quarter, but he was erratic for most of the game after he was off script and after he threw the first interception. Here's Sark talking about Malik's response after a bad play.
I think Malik came back and had a really good practice today. Like I said, I was very proud of Malik. In the response that he had on the drive in that 4th quarter to get us down to kick that field goal with some really big throws to AD, a really critical 4th down conversion to JT Sanders. Like I said, I think he was throwing a touchdown to Xavier on the 3rd down there in the red area. We didn't get the pass interference or defensive holding call. We set up for the field goal, but that was a really critical drive in that game to take a 3-point lead. So I think his response in game was pretty good. But I think today was even better in his ability to come out and throw the ball and have command. So positives on that front.
Yeah, Sark's been taking those shots at the Big 12 refs too. In this media availability, I want to say like 3 or 4 times he brought up that his guys doesn't get flags and things of that nature. Just so you know, here are the actual numbers. Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell have only drawn 3 flags for defensive PI in 9 games, and Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy have only drawn 3 holding penalties, I guess. Or Texas football has only accepted 3 holding penalties. I don't know if they drawn. They only accepted 3 holding penalties.
And I will say, Sark, that that was a question asked by Kirk Bowles. He asked him specifically about the officiating, and it started with a question about why that. Because remember, Longhorn fans, maybe when you were in the stadium, you didn't know when the fumble happened, the Ethan Berg strip sack fumble. Sark had to call timeout, and to get them to review that, they weren't even going to review it. They were just going to give the ball back to TCU, and that's why Sark was so irate. Like, come on, y'all, this was a fumble. Can you go look? And now he did say that they gave him once they went and reviewed it, they gave him his timeout back.
Yeah.
But he had to initiate, hey, y'all, that's a bad call.
Yeah.
Can we get this right? That's kind of a game-changing play at the 5-yard line. And they went back, and then he said, yeah, we have the best 2 tackles in all of college football, and I don't think they've had a holding call called against him. I've gone to bat for Byron Murphy quite a bit. I think he gets hit a lot.
They've had 3.
3.
Actually, so. Well,
was that in Big 12?
That's the actual numbers that
right.
They've had 3.
Well, I'm saying what he said.
That's what no, I know. So he's he's advocating for his guy. He's trying to get more calls.
Yeah.
He should. He's trying to work the refs and that kind of thing. He should. I'll just give you. We're going through the actual numbers though.
Yeah.
And then, they are dominant performances. And only one of those defensive PIs on Xavier Worthy and Eddie Mitchell was in Big 12 play.
Yeah. And there were 2 egregious ones on Saturday that didn't get it. One, I think, would have been a hold. I don't know if the ball was out of his hand yet.
Oh, the post corner or whatever.
Yeah.
The 7 right there. That was a hold probably. But it was pretty obvious. But it was the way he threw it a little bit early. So, I don't know. The refs should have called it still. I'm not making excuses for them. They're terrible.
Yeah.
But officiating's so bad everywhere, though, guys.
That's true.
It's hard to say that it is, a conspiracy theory that they're out to get Texas and out to get Oklahoma, too, I guess. Because it's so – every time I watch NFL football, I see terrible calls.
No, I agree with you.
All the time.
It's not good.
So bad.
It's not good. Yeah, I'm not.
The NBA and tell me how good – NBA is terrible.
I'm not on the conspiracy train. I'm more on those are just bad calls train. I mean, and those were important plays. I mean, the Malik the first pass interference call wasn't called on Xavier Worthy when Malik Murphy underthrew the deep ball. That the play after that was the block punt, and that became a big play in the game. If that's a PI call, obviously who knows where that drive goes. And those are big calls. And the non-call on the hold in the end zone on Xavier Worthy on the post corner. That forced Texas to kick a field goal, not get 7 points when they were tied 27-27 in the fourth quarter. So, yes, they're heightened, and when you're playing tight games like this and you're playing for a Big 12 championship, it's magnified. At the same time, I think Oklahoma was pretty frustrated with some calls, too, on Saturday in the Bedlam game that came late as well.
Agreed.
All right, so there's some behind the Bernard curtain. We'll hear more from Sark throughout the morning as they now look forward to TCU, look forward to the college football playoff rankings coming out tonight. Also get back to the other top stories of the morning. Longhorn basketball looking good in their debut last night. We'll introduce you to some of the new Longhorns. Get your thoughts if you were at the game or saw it, as the Horns are now 1-0 to start the 2023-24 season. We're coming back. We'll come back with What the Facts. Some facts you need to know from your sports landscape. That always comes in ahead of the 7 o'clock hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodney.
Well, we're thinking there was a little late pickup of construction. That's all.
Anything? You don't have a log, huh? I think I have a Bud Light here. Yeah. Yeah, I have that live, so yeah, there's only 2 this hour.
Well, we had a wreck reported on Howard Lane at Harris Bridge Boulevard, but that's clearing up at this point. Red River at 11. Got word of a wreck there. That's an injury crash. I got another of that.
Bud Light, folks. Bud Light, my choice, Rod's choice, and should be yours too. They brew their beer to be perfect anywhere there's fun because, well, there's fun. There's going to be Bud Light. That's a guarantee. Whatever you're doing out at your last tailgate, we only have 1 tailgate remaining, and that's sad. We wait all season for it, and I have 1 to go. Last Saturday was pretty great. It was early, but you still got to get out there. The crowd was phenomenal. Then you get into the stadium at DKR. You got those burnt orange cans of Bud Light, enjoying those as the Longhorns get another big win. But only 1 to go. That'll be Friday after Thanksgiving. for the long. Maybe you're making the quick trip up to Fort Worth for the game this weekend. Iowa State to follow. Every bottle, every can of Bud Light, every draft uses 4 simple, high-quality ingredients to create that clean, crisp taste every single time. Brewed in Texas by Texans for Texans. Bud Light, the official domestic beer partner of Texas Longhorns, the Texas X's as well. So whatever you're doing, coming out to the watch party with us out at the field house at the crossover where we will be, going up to Fort Worth, having a watch party, do it with the ice-cold Bud Lights. Only a couple games remaining in what can be a championship season for the Longhorns. Also live music in Austin, Texas. Just enjoying this great city. Whatever you're doing, do it with an icy cold Bud Light, brewed by Texas for Texans. And dang proud of it. Hook 'em with a Bud Light.
Orchard, and use your imagination with me for a second. But imagine this: selling your old home from the comfort of your couch in your new home. I know it's crazy, your imagination, right? But actually, it's true. With Orchard, you can move into your new home before selling your old home and still sell for top dollar. As example after example, here's just one. Couple moving from Colorado to Texas for work. It's going to be a nightmare. They have to sell their old home first, then move and rent an apartment, then move again into their home. What a nightmare. We've all heard those stories, been a part of that maybe. Then they found out about Orchard's Move First program, which enabled them to sell their old home after moving into their new home on their timeline. No home showings, no prep work. Orchard does it all. Oh, and there's even more good news. Orchard sold their home in less than a week and for more than they thought. They had extra money, ended up buying a boat. So again, it's not in your imagination. It's absolutely true, happening all the time and every day. Buy your next home before you sell and be prepared to be delighted. Get a free, no obligation cash offer from Orchard. That's to go to the website, orchard.com, ORCHARD.com. That's orchard.com. One more time, buy your next home before you sell and be prepared to be delighted with Orchard and orchard.com.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sportsbook that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the win side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You will find odds like that anywhere else, like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Window Nation, star of Window Nation Replacement, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings.
Right now, the perfect time to do it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay no interest for 5 full years. And you can fill your home with the most energy-efficient windows on the market.
Fill your home with energy-efficient windows, customized authentic Dallas Cowboy jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house, win tickets to a game.
Call 866-90-NATION. Visit windownation.com/cowboys for more details.
Pay honor to our vets, both past and present, this Veterans Day and every day. Our sponsor, KDR Electrical Services of Austin, is veteran-owned and operated, serving you for over 15 years. They offer unparalleled electrical solutions with a focus on perfection to ensure safety, efficiency, and complete satisfaction. Whatever your electrical needs, their team has you covered. Call 512-832-6955, 512-832-6955. KDR Electrical Services, on the air in honor of Veterans Day.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And start learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line. 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776. Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
What the facts time on a Tuesday morning. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. It's a fact. Next hour we'll have a Rod's Rant. Also more on the Longhorn basketball win last night. Horns, Rodney Terry's team 1-0. Played Incarnate Word, and it was the transfers putting on a show. We'll tell you about that coming up. But college basketball did open last night, men's and women's, with a slew of games, including the Longhorns. How about James Madison? They beat Michigan State last night, Rod.
Oh,
Beat top 5 ranked. I don't know preseason polls don't mean anything, especially in
Yes.
college basketball. They're ranked 4th, though.
That's
Michigan State is the first AP top 5 team to lose its season opener against an unranked opponent since Michigan State back in 05 with Tom Izzo lost to Hawaii. But can I give you this fact? You know that James Madison got the big win in basketball. If you look at the AP top 25, you see who the 21st ranked team is in college football? James Madison.
Wow.
JMU, 9-0. They're ranked. Who would have thought? I mean, you
That's
got
crazy.
Tulane, James Madison, Liberty in the top 25 right now. They won't be in the college football playoff rankings coming up tonight. But shout out to JM. They're not? Isn't JMU where our man Diamante Tucker Dorsey came from, where he was playing
Yeah.
college ball
Yep.
and then transferred to Texas?
Tough.
Our good man now, one of the better realtors in Austin,
Mhm.
growing his realtor game. But, James Madison having a good run in hoops. And also, right on the women's side, the LSU women won the Natty last year. They opened it, they lost to Colorado.
Ooh.
Colorado beat them last night.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Yeah.
That's all right.
They went 24-0 last
It's
year to
early.
start the year. It's
still
early.
early.
Oh, these games
Kids
hardly
are
matter.
distracted.
What do you have in What the Facts there, Rod B?
Man, okay, so we've been keeping up with the unders in the NFL, and man, it's unbelievable how
For the primetime under last night.
how consistent they are. Yeah, if you want to make a lot of money, and my man Ty probably already knows about it, the unders have been consistently hitting for basically the last 3 years. We're talking about this. So NFL unders now, how about this, are now 83, 52, and 1. Best through 9 weeks since 1991. So
Dang.
NFL unders, that's you close to basically 62% if you round up now for NFL unders. Monday Night Football unders are 10-1 in 2023, 55, 28, and 1 since 2019. This season, night game unders 22-7, 62 and 29 the last 2 years. Second half unders 82, 53, and 1. Scoring is down. Take the unders. The unders. And it's because, how about this? Good defense is being played. Well, is it good defense or bad offense? Because this is another stat. In the last 5 seasons, only 4 teams have scored 8 or fewer offensive touchdowns through 8 team games. All right? The 2019 Jets, 2020 Jets, 2023 Jets, and the 2023 Giants. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, what the hell is going on in New York City?
That is crazy.
So that's a big part of why the unders are hitting, because some of those New York teams, they want the New York teams in prime time. They're putting them in prime time.
and they stink.
And they exactly, they keep putting it in prime time, and they stink. And the NFL's getting their predictions wrong about what teams are going to be good,
Yeah, they are.
right? Because they keep putting these teams in prime time, like, oh, the Denver Broncos are really good. They got Russell Wilson, and it was terrible. So that's a big part of it too. You see a lot of quarterback turnover, quarterbacks changing teams, and NFL has been thinking, oh yeah, Matt Stafford worked out, Tom Brady worked out, oh, these are going to work out too. The Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson's, experiments hadn't worked out just yet.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers got hurt on the 4th play of the game of the season.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson was never good last year, and yes, that's the soap opera drama of the offseason of the days of our quarterback lives, and then turns around and then they don't live up. But you're right, Tom Brady and Matt Stafford worked out great. Hey, you and Ty happen to be pickleball deniers? Pickleball deniers.
It's just lazy tennis.
Can I mention that Scottsdale, Arizona is now the site of the nation's largest pickleball center going online? How about this?
It's huge.
11 acres, 28 indoor courts,
Wow.
16 outdoor courts, 2 rooftop courts.
It's amazing.
Pickleball. USA Pickleball is where
It's
it's
going
going
up,
to be.
man. It's going up. All
Yeah.
the celebrities are into it.
Oh, man. Kevin Durant owning a pickleball team.
They're like investing in it. I'm like,
yeah.
what the hell's going on?
Sport of the future. Pickleball. Who knew?
Just lazy tennis. It's lazy tennis so you can drink while you play it. It's okay.
Hey,
to
it's
admit
just
it.
like bowling. But I got a lot of bowling alleys out there, right?
Exactly. You can drink while you do it. People love games with sports where you can drink while you do it.
Golf.
I agree, but you still can drink while you do it.
Golf does for sure. Golf does for sure. And precision. But I don't know. Bowling, pickleball, probably the same.
Nah, I'm with you on
Probably
that.
the same.
Come on. No.
You can be a great big fat guy and be a bowler. You cannot be a great big fat guy and, well, not
Yeah,
pickleball. You got to be able to move.
Yeah, and hold your cocktail.
All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Volume yesterday was peanuts. Viking. Morning was in Chevrolet, Hayes County, northbound I-35, Kyle, Bermuda, extra slow, and then
Extra slow.
5, Onion Creek Parkway to Aspen, stop and go, and Riverside to Cesar Chavez, same thing. Southbound slow down all through North Austin and then Round Rock, Georgetown on the interstate. Not seeing any major crashes. Now over at Howard Lane Terrace Bridge, earlier wreck, that should be just about done. All vehicle Capital Texas Highway on the south side. That's going to near the Mopac interchange near the light. And Red River at 11, we got an injury crash there. I'm Don Miller, back to traffic.
Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Austin, Texas. They have been since 1972. Tell you about them every morning and love telling you about them because if you have a fence project, it's an easy call and it's an easy trip to the website to get this project going, whether you want to do it yourself or have Viking install it. And the exciting part is here in 2023 into 2024, it's just expanding the brand, right? I mean, if you listen to us around the state, which a lot of you do on the Horn app, hornfm.com to keep up with the Longhorns, but you live in the Metroplex, up and down I-35, down in the Braunfels and San Antonio, you too can use the services of Viking Fence. For a long time, it's just been us here in Central Texas that has the benefit of the best fence company in Texas, locally owned and operated, trusted in Texas for all this time, and simply the best. Well, Viking Fence can now extend up and help you out up there wherever you are. And they are absolutely the best every single time. All you have to do is go to the website or call them. They're getting their own on-site cedar mill, their own custom iron workshop. You know, it's everything that you're looking for. The projects will have the longest warranties in the industry because they've invested in the ability to build you the best fence possible, not outsourcing any of the materials or any of the work done from the quote to the design to the finish to the warranty. No one does it like a Viking Fence. 837-6407. Find them online at vikingfence.com. Just go to that website. See the ideas gallery. Get a quote there. You can get your financing going there if you need to do that at vikingfence.com and learn more about the best fence company in Texas for 50 years. It's Viking Fence. No one does it better. When you think fence in Austin, Texas, and beyond, always think Viking.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
Fancy hook for BrainVault. BrainVault is patented technology based on proven science that helps protect athletes and reduce the risk of concussion. You heard me right. BrainVault is technology used in the NFL and developed a retail version of the mouth guard. Now your athletes have the same level of protection that NFL players have. Simply visit BrainVault.com. Learn more about this next level of protection. BrainVault.com. Join the movement. As we transition into cooler days, it's time to prepare for winter with Pinnacle Propane. Introducing our winter prep offer with savings up to $175 on your next bill. Don't wait. Visit us at pinnaclepropane.com or call us today at 830-693-4383 and stay warm all winter while saving with Pinnacle Propane. To help you prepare even more, you'll have a chance to win a portable backup home generator and a Carhartt gift certificate. Pinnacle Propane, your trusted partner for all your propane needs.
Leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner.
And you know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush. Shop in November and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
You're listening to KTAEAM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock, Texas Sports. The Horn. The Horn. Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers an office curbside pickup. So on the order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Hour 2 of our 5-hour conversation each and every morning, Austin's only local sports conversation. So we bring it to you on 101.9 on AM 1260. We stream it on the Horn app, also at hornfm.com. At that website, you can watch the Twitch channel and also watch on YouTube at the Horn Austin on YouTube. Good stuff coming from the South Austin Onion Creek studios. Once again, getting some reports that on YouTube and on the Twitch, the octaves of our voices a little lower. They're having to got the audio.
Oh, sounds screwed up, huh?
I am dealing with a little bit of a throat thing, Rod. A little stuffy today.
That's all right.
You know what? You played for
Show
me.
must go on.
You played for me the other day. The Nate Bargatze, and for audience, the Nate Bargatze stand-up bit where he talked about his dad.
That was fantastic.
But then I saw him doing one. I don't know if this was the one you played, but it talked about how he was addicted to Afrin nose spray.
No, but I've heard that one. Yeah, I've heard that one.
So I saw that, and then because I guess once you start watching Nate Bargatze, you start showing up in your feed. I guess you know how they do that, the algorithm. And so I saw that. I was laughing because his dad has been addicted to Afrin for 45 years or something. And I was like, I've never used that. So yesterday I was a little stuffed up.
Oh, yeah.
Went by the HEB and bought some Afrin.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you know? It actually works. Works good.
Oh, yeah. That's why people get addicted to it.
I've never used it before.
It works, yeah.
50 years old.
Oh, yeah, man.
Afrin nasal spray. I used to have like an aversion to spraying things in my nose. I don't know what. They made me.
Well, some people don't like stuff up their nose.
Yeah,
like
man.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah. None of that nose candy, Rod.
It's no, Afrin is the good kind of nose candy.
That's right.
That is. No, I know my dad used to use it all the time. I've used it a few times too. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't necessarily like it, but I know people who use it too much because I think on the box it says
no more than 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, that's kind of what he said. His dad was using it for like 40 years or something.
Yeah, that can't be good.
He was like, "She's not supposed to use it. Not supposed to use it that much."
You might have a bigger problem.
Yeah, that's where he starts to
Let's get that fixed. Yeah, that's pretty funny. So yes, props to Nate Bargatze for you for introducing to him. So that
that's good stuff.
Feel better because the key is if you get just a little tiny head cold, it's not anything big. But at the same time, if you do our job, then you got to talk for 5 hours.
Yeah.
You also need sleep. And if I get stuffed up, then you can't sleep good. And then it just kind of compounds itself.
Yeah. And then you need sleep for your immune system.
Yes.
To do the work. If you ain't getting no sleep when you're sick, your immune system is also compromised.
Yes.
It's not operating at its highest capacity.
Right. And then if you get stuffed up, then you're not sleeping good, you're coughing, waking up. So the Afrin allowed me to get a good night's sleep, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you to the Afrin people.
Hey, don't get addicted, though.
No, I will not. I'm going to have this one little bottle, and that'll be it.
Yeah, put it to the side. Some people, they're not even sick anymore. They just do it in the morning, getting up, like brush your teeth, wash your face.
Really?
No, some people it's kind of like what they do. Yeah, it's like, it's not supposed to, you're supposed to try to breathe naturally on your own without the Afrin. There you go.
We'll get Rod's first rant of a Tuesday coming up.
Some people are addicted, and they're like, damn it, I do it every morning. Like, no, don't do it. Don't do it every morning.
Can't be good.
Can't be good.
Need to talk to your
Doing
doctor about
everything in moderation.
That's everything. It's all right.
Including moderation.
Everything in moderation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get to the trending topics to start your Tuesday. The top stories, and there are plenty of them. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. Yeah, Texas football sitting at 8-1, number 7 in the college football playoff rankings. New
1260. The Horn.
Longhorns are 1-0 in basketball after last night down at the Moody Center. Longhorns were a 31-point favorite, so mismatch to start the season. But, man, it was good to see. Our first chance to see some of the new-look Longhorns in paying dividends. I mean, obviously Theo Horton is a guy that got in from Central Florida through the portal. He scored 17 points to lead the way last night, Rod. Had 5 rebounds as well. He's a sharpshooter. He's got a real smooth stroke. Got some height to him, about 6'4". He's going to be a good player. The backcourt, Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter combined for 23 points and 7 or 8 assists. We'll take that. For sure. And I thought the one guy that really stood out, and Longhorn fans who went to this game or watched it can weigh in, 2 guys actually, Caden Shedrick and Zarek Onyema. Those 2 big bodies. Remember, they're going to get Dylan Dessou back as well. But Caden Shedrick came in, and he had just been cleared to play. He's been dealing with some shoulder issues. You saw him with the brace on his shoulder. He played 11 minutes, Rod, and 11 minutes on the floor. Caden Shedrick had 12 points. He made 3 for 3 from the floor. He went to the line 7 times, made 6 free throws, grabbed 5 rebounds, and blocked 3 shots. And I was known because we've already known when he was at Virginia, he was more of a rim protector in that low-scoring offense that Tony Bennett features. He came to Texas. He wants to flash his offensive game more and develop it. But, man, he showed both. Because in 11 minutes to grab 5 boards and block 3 shots, I mean, again, it's against the incarnate word, but that was nice to see. I saw him block a shot with his right hand. He also blocked a shot with his left hand, which shows he's a little bit ambidextrous. Really good-looking athlete. He's 6'11". That's something Texas didn't have last year, Rod. Yeah. They were height challenged at times because their tallest player was, 2 reasons. One, Dylan Dessou was their tallest guy. He or Christian Bishop, and they were about 6'8", 6'9", right? And then, Timmy Allen was kind of an undersized 3, who was 6'4", 6'5", but he get taken advantage of by longer people when they tried to move him into the pivot. This is a nice mix. When they get Dessou back to go with the kind of junkyard dog Onyema, to go with Caden Shedrick, a very versatile big, that's a good front line. We know that the strength of the team is probably the backcourt. Yeah. So that's a good combination. We got to see with our own eyes for the first time.
That was a remnant of kind of the Chris Beard roster construction, right? His roster, he didn't really
positionless foot basketball.
Yeah, he didn't need like a true big man. If he had one, it's kind of a luxury, but he didn't need one with the way that his formula to win seems like Rodney Terry would like a more, not traditional big man, but at least he wants more size. He wants obviously more length and more size in the post. He wants some guys who actually can match up when he has to face a team that's got traditional posts and traditional big men. So, I think Rodney Terry's offense ain't going to be a problem, I don't think, this year at all. Yeah. Offense, they're going to be lighted up.
Well, if he can be an anchor on defense, one of your anchors blocking some shots.
Yeah, that's what I say. Defense, offense, they got a lot of guys that score.
Yeah, I think you're right about the defense. Well, and that's where a guy like a Theo Hunter, or Horton, I should say, and then also, we got to see Kendall Reaver off the bench. He had a nice putback dunk in that game, scored 7 points. Those 2 guys are a little longer because I think one of your concerns is that they're smallish at guard, especially on the defensive end with Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter. Both are superior athletes, but, against bigger guards, they could have a hard time on the defensive end. You still have Brock Cunningham. Ty went to Westlake. Did you go to school with Brock Cunningham? Like, isn't he your same grade or something, Ty?
How does he keep doing? How old is Brock? Do we know how old is Brock Cunningham now? I think you might be right, though, actually. Wow.
Smooth operator, baby. Got a bunch of degrees, balling out.
No, I'm with him. Good for you, brother. Make a career out of it if you can.
Yeah, he'll be. He's not going to play in the NBA, but he's going to get his school paid for. Probably go to an MBA.
He's probably already. I see. He probably already working on his master's or something.
Has to. He's been there forever. He's not. What's he doing?
Enjoying himself. Enjoying himself.
That's kind of popular with the co-eds too. I'm sure he does okay with that. Man. All right. So that was good to see. Longhorns off to a 1-0 start. They'll host Delaware State.
Delaware State.
I'm going to have to ask my brother. My brother lives in the state of Delaware. I don't even know where Delaware State is. I know where Delaware is. The Blue Hens.
Is that really what it is? The Blue Hens?
Yeah, that's home of Joe Flacco. Yeah, Joe Flacco.
I like how everybody knows it just for Joe Flacco. I'm sure there's somebody else there that was famous. Joe Flacco, the most famous person.
Delaware, probably. But I don't know where Delaware State is. Because, again, the whole state of Delaware is like 3 counties. It's a tiny little thing. Can't be far. Nothing's far away in that state. But that's who they'll play on Friday night in Texas. Women will open with Southern on Wednesday. So hoops is going on. The last week we had this the big story about Victor Wembanyama. His great game, of course, had that 38-point game against Phoenix.
The Spurs. Did you see?
They gave up 150 points last night.
I think they allowed it was the most points that a Popovich coached Spurs team had allowed by halftime since he's been the head coach.
Listen to the quarter
they were
totals.
Like 8, I think it was 80-something points. 86 points.
44 in the first quarter, 42 in the second.
Yeah, it was 86 points. It was the most points.
86 points.
I would love to
tells
see.
me they didn't show up.
I just want to see Pop's face during the whole first half. That would have been great to say Pop Cam, to see his face and the looks that he's given his team when they allow 44 and 42 points in the first 2 quarters of that game. Oh, I bet Pop was in rare form, man.
Hey,
rare form.
What was the thing when we were growing up? It was the NBA. It's fantastic. Regular season basketball in the NBA.
Fantastic.
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 It is fantastic.
Well, ain't no defense being played.
152
against Wemby too. Wemby.
Well, if you're a Pacers fan and you
Wemby
came to see
alone.
Wemby, you feel good. Your team scored $150, and you got to see Wembanyama, who scored 13 points, had 10 rebounds.
I think he had a couple of blocks. I guess it didn't matter. They must have lit it up 3-point range. I didn't even see the stats. I'm gonna assume at least 20 made 3-pointers or something like that.
Yeah.
When you scored many.
I'll check, but I will say that was the 900th career victory for one Rick Carlisle. Maverick fans still have affinity for Rick Carlisle, who won a championship with the Mavs. And I should mention the Mavs are off to a 6-1 start, playing better. They didn't do like a huge significant move in the offseason except for re-signing Kyrie Irving. But they're off to a really good start to the year.
That was a big move for them.
It was.
Because honestly, Kyrie's he's an investment, and you got to be all in as an organization because he's a certain type of personality. But he's been great with the Mavs. I will say that he's been great. That's good too.
Yeah, he's been great. And he keeps your guy off the floor. He keeps the guy you hate off the floor, right? Dwight Powell.
Everybody has Dwight Powell. Hard used to always complain about Dwight Powell. People complain about Dwight Powell.
Well, the more lively plays, the less Dwight Powell plays.
The Mavs' 6-1 record to begin the season is tied for the second best start through 7 games in team history.
Hey now.
Tied for that is the 04-05 start where they actually started 7-1, and the 02-03 start where they started 7-0, and they ended up starting 14-0 that year actually. 02-03.
Apparently, my brother in Delaware is listening on the text line. Let us know that Delaware State's in Dover, Delaware. Also home of the racetrack where they have the NASCAR race in Dover, Delaware. Don't test me on that. Most famous Delawarean, according to my brother, is George Thorogood, followed by the U.S. President Joe Biden. He put George Thorogood ahead of the president.
That's got to be personal.
No, just he's a rock and roll guy. George Thorogood.
Yeah. I think Joe Biden's more well known.
Probably so. He's neighbors with my brother. Doesn't live far away.
Then that
he lives down the road.
Okay. No, so it is personal because he knows the other guy.
Yeah, he's right down the road. Right down the road. Yeah. Hey, so that's going on. Little hoops, little football, too much football. There's a lot going on. The football cup runneth over this morning. Got the Longhorns. Do we think they'll be? There was no change in the top 9 in the AP top 25 this week, Rod. Do we think there'll be any change? Anything happen this weekend that's going to change the college football playoff rankings? I don't believe so.
Where was Oklahoma ranked in the last college football playoff rankings? Were they in?
They were 9
or something. So that'll change.
Drop.
That'll change.
And how much leap does Oklahoma State get out of that one?
That's a great point. Was Oklahoma State even ranked? No, they weren't. Right?
I don't think they were.
No, they were not. They were.
They were at 22. They were 22.
Oh, I take that back.
Yeah, they were 22 last week.
They'll leap up into the mid-teens potentially.
You would think, right?
Yeah, depending on.
Well, they were 1. I think they'll be 1 again. Now, they were trailing Rutgers at the half. It's 9-7.
Yeah, they won't leapfrog them.
Georgia beat Missouri by 9. Missouri's a top 15 team.
I guess it could. If you want to do that.
Michigan, as we told you, they've been sent a letter. The lawyers are coming after it. They're going to be punished at some level. We don't know what that's going to be.
They got to play Penn State. That's going to be big this week.
If you're Jim Harbaugh, you just keep your head down. The other thing, Michigan's going to lawyer up like crazy. They're going to stall this thing.
Oh yeah, Michigan's already threatened legal action
for sure
if they suspend Harbaugh.
They're lawyering up big time.
I told you guys this is going to end up in a courtroom anyway. This is going to
no matter what happens, it's going to be bad for college football because Michigan goes on to win the national championship. But you could be looking, depending on how severe this gets and how much is gleaned. I mean, because it could just be at this point the piling on. But at the same time, the evidence doesn't look good for Michigan. Looks terrible.
Are you going to suspend him before they play in a championship game?
Yeah.
That's the question. Because the Big Ten championship, they look like they might be on the collision course.
Okay, we wonder if we'll pick this up next hour after Bullshit or BS, and we can actually make it a topic. You wonder if the Big Ten, because they've got, 4 new schools joining next year. I mean, Tony Batiti's trying to establish his leadership as the head of that conference. Suspend them for a few games, and even if you get sued, fight it. But at least you did something. You may lose.
Yeah.
But at the same time, at least you're fighting for the rest of the schools under the sportsmanship policy. Let the lawyers battle it out, because I would assume they'll run quickly for an injunction, so he won't actually be suspended.
Because they'll talk about due process.
Right.
Process.
But we know last week they had a conference call with all the coaches and some ADs, and they want something done now. So if you're Batiti, you could, knowing it's going to end up like a pickleball in court, and Jim Harbaugh will probably be able to go ahead and coach the team until it's done.
At least you make the statement.
Yeah, at least as a commissioner, you said, no, we acted.
Here.
We acted. Kind of knowing the outcome, and as usual, as my brother listens in Delaware, the lawyers will all win.
No, of course they will. They're on retainer. They're going to get overtime, time and a half. Lawyers are loving this, man. Loving it. No doubt about it. But you're right about that. I think ultimately I think the Big Ten would like the NCAA investigation to wrap up sooner rather than later. They move at a glacial pace. They could get this thing wrapped up before the Big Ten championship. I don't know, but recent history tells you the NCAA is going to take their time.
Yeah.
With this. So you don't want to wait on. I think if they wait on them, then the due process argument by Jim Harbaugh in Michigan wouldn't hold as much weight. It's like, well, what due process? The NCAA done with their investigation, and so is Big Ten.
Yeah.
What process are you waiting on here?
Well, again,
he won't take it to court.
but we understand the NCAA is on its last leg, and this is the Big Ten. It's a Big Ten issue. I think eventually the conferences are going to take over control of their conferences, and they're going to lead with that. But we'll see. At least the letter's been sent. There is some type of discipline coming for Michigan, and that's part of the process. You have to send a letter that, hey, you're gonna get punished, just so you know.
The red tape, baby.
Yeah, we'll reset that. Coming back, Bullish and BS for the top of the hour. Reset the headlines. Longhorns getting healthy, maybe at a good time, and could Quinn Ewers be coming back in time for the game Saturday night? We'll get the very latest on that. At least an indication on social media that maybe he's ready to be freed. We'll talk about it. Hook him up with Rod B.
Viking.
Happening on top of Mopac. 183. We're going to back up towards Gulf Grand Parkway on the Mopac portion past the domain, but that would normally be the case. Here's one on the Highway 29 near Timberline Hills Golf and Country Club. That's going to be on the eastbound side of the track, and of course that is probably a back up there. Seems to be quite a number of wrecks in that area. Now, Metro, the volume is much heavier than it was yesterday, and you have other crashes to deal with. Northbound 183 to Ellen Road on the south side, and 620 at Marshall Ford. You've got a crash there. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
Oh, man, Viking Fence, since 1972, the best fence company in Texas, and certainly started in Central Texas, but now they've grown with the great state, and now they're, whatever they do here in Central Texas, they can do in other parts of the state, up into the Metroplex, down into San Antonio, up and down I-35, and they're still, no matter where they do a project, highly committed to prompt and courteous customer service every time. Their temporary rental fence division is one to know. I always tell you, when you build a permanent fence, commercial or residential for your home or business, you're not going to talk to Viking for a while, right? They're going to slap the longest warranty you're going to find in the industry on that fence, and we'll talk to you later. But with temporary rental fence, if you're a construction superintendent, an event planner, contractor, and you use the perimeter security a lot, temporary rental fence, make Viking your call every single time. The same company that's so reliable with those permanent fences will also save you the time and money and headaches on the temporary rental fence, perimeter security. They want you to focus on your project or your event. Don't worry about the rest. They've got covered. They also give you that flexible pricing plan, which allows you to fix your costs and hit your budget. Damage waiver rates, eliminate untimely chargebacks. And if you're in this industry, you know what that means. It's excellent work. It's great service. It's the honest reputation that comes with Viking. And 50 years plus in Central Texas and beyond now. 837-6411. It's 837-6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. And simply remember, when you think fence in the ATX,
turn that team to an air raid team overnight. Ali Gordon with like 10 carries. Like, what the hell happened? Like, Mike Gundy breaking tendency. You know what he's doing, David. So, I don't know. As I said, and we got to face Mike Gundy. He way too cocky about that, too.
Yeah.
Hey, man. I ain't
Reese Davis has the Longhorns in the Final Four on a November 7th morning.
Hey,
so
I'm happy about it, but I said I'm not cocky about that. No.
What say you on that conversation? Bullish or BS? Longhorns, according to Reese Davis, a virtual lock.
Done.
To be in.
They're in. Make your plans. Get your hotel
Longhorn fans have
reserved.
Longhorn fans have watched the last month with their covering their eyes at times.
You got a 21-point lead on U of H. It needed a goal line game-winning stand. And then same thing against K-State. You needed a game-winning goal line stand to beat them, too. And you were up, 20 points?
Yeah, 20 points.
So, there you go.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, Longhorn fans have watched this last month like they're driving on I-35 in rush hour. It's like, white knuckles, baby. All right, we'll be back. Thank you, Reese Davis. Good conversation started there. We'll pick up the headlines coming up. It looks like Rod's got some burnt orange curtain conversation here from Sark from his Monday availability. We're loaded on Austin's only local morning sports conversation. It's here on the Horn.
Underdog. Got that dog.
Hey, you got to play the deal
at
the end of this.
As far as your Cimarron Hills Golf and Country Club, Highway 29, near Ronald Reagan Boulevard, south side is a slow becomes a crash report there. Also, we're checking the interstate on the southbound side toward the 51st and the Tex. Again, slow traffic there. We got crash reported on the access road, part of closure. So keep that in mind. Northbound I-35, extra slow down to Buda, and then unrestricted staff, the Oklahoma State Southern northbound on the 183 Evelyn Road on far south side, Mustang Ridge area. Crews trying to wrap up a crash there. 620 at Marshall Ford. We've got another wreck reported there, and that is also a problem for you. I've got another, there's traffic.
Underdog Fantasy, folks. Hopefully you've downloaded it to your phone app or the app to your phone, and you're playing with it. It's a heck of a lot of fun. Last night was a great example. You had 12 NBA games. You had the Monday Night Football game, and that's what's cool about Underdog Fantasy. In addition to the ability to win real money on games you're going to watch anyhow, right? You're going to tune in if you're a Spurs fan or a Mavs fan or a Rockets fan. You're going to tune in or Monday Night Football. You're just watching your games. But here's how it works: you go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download the app. You pick a game. You can do multiple games too, by the way. But then you're going to pick between 2 and 5 players playing in that game, either team. And then you're going to pick whether they're going higher or lower on their in-game totals for that night. So it's a night-by-night situation. If you make 5 picks and you go 5 for 5, you're going up to 20 times your money in a single game. It's legal in Texas, ton of fun play as you watch your favorite team, and you have intimate knowledge of your favorite team, so you know kind of how that's going to go. If you were talking about the Spurs game last night, probably wanted to go with a lot of hires. I mean, for sure, with 150 points or so for Indiana. If you're watching the Monday Night Football game and you're doing the Jets, maybe a lot of lowers there. It's what it's about. Then you move on to the next day. And Underdog Fantasy is making it so simple to sign up with the promo code is my last name. When you're there, they're going to ask for a promo code. Put my last name in there, Hogan, Hogan. They're going to double your first deposit up to $500, but that's for a limited time. Plus, new customers will have a mystery special pick live in their pick lobby. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan, Hogan. Your first deposit of 10 or more is doubled up to $500, plus your special pick is in the lobby there. Do it with Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com, promo code Hogan.
Must be 18 or plus, present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consumer play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncgambling.org.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct as a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush. Shop in November and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the Domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
There's a big deal called the Texas Real Estate Research Center, and they've just reported that housing prices in and around Texas are all still rising, and inventory is still below historical averages. Well, that means it's a great time to get a big payday from your equity growth. Hire the agent who is number one, the expert on maximizing your home price and selling it fast. That's Chris Waters. Perhaps you've been worried about making less money with a low-ball instant offer. Chris is not going to suggest what you ought to ask. Chris is going to tell you exactly what you'll make and the date you need it sold. He guarantees it. Chris Waters guarantees your home sold at an agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it that day. No required costly repairs. You can pick your move-in date. Ask Dora, who found her dream home way up north in North Austin, but she needed top dollar for her other one to be able to, when she was in, to afford it. She got a hold of Chris Waters, hired him. Boy, was that marketing plan good, she said. Just a few days, sold it. Full price, she is thrilled. You will be to ChristopherWaters.com. 2 T's in Waters. ChristopherWaters.com.
Here's Michelle's experience with Apple Leasing.
I've always been curious about leasing a vehicle, and after hearing the great recommendations for Apple Leasing, I decided to give them a call. It was very casual, and I was just curious what trading in my vehicle would look like, and if I could
Hey, Ty.
for a newer vehicle, and cars up
If I come in after the show, can we record those other orchards? I've written the stuff out now. Thank you.
I had an idea of what I wanted, and everything was so turnkey via DocuSign. I got a brand new vehicle for less than my old vehicle's monthly payments, bad brakes and all. And I'm
Hey, Rob. At least wants a Thanksgiving schedule. I'm thinking about that Friday after. We just don't do the morning show and we do the pregame for
Okay.
TCU.
I'm down.
Just have Thursday off and then Friday morning off.
Okay. I'm down with that.
And it'll be a home game, so we'll be down at Mockingbird. Maybe we'll go a little longer, go 3 to. The Cowboys can't be. I'd rather be out watching that on that Friday. Go
Yeah.
3 to 6 or something.
Yeah, I'm down. I hadn't planned on taking any time, so I'm cool with that.
I don't want to. Nobody's going to be up and out. I don't think we need to be up on Friday morning.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Lisa about that.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
And then we'll obviously be back normal on Monday.
Okay.
Is that all right with you, Rob or
Yeah.
Ty?
Yep, sir.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Black Friday, anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
And we can record some stuff saying we'll be on at 3. And maybe Patrick could join us down there and do a kind of a combo sports complex deal.
Yeah.
Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Oh, man, appreciate Reese Davis of ESPN for not stirring the pot, but making a conversation that leads to the conversations like this. Does Bama get in over Texas so they both went out? You almost wish OU had stayed a one-loss team for a chance of a higher quality Big 12 championship.
I told that was my take from the get-go. I was like, man, I want Oklahoma undefeated, unblemished when we whip them in the Big 12 title game, because then that's your automatic boost to the college football playoff. There's no question they came in there undefeated that it wouldn't matter what happened outside the Big 12. The Pac-12 wouldn't matter. ACC, Big 10, SEC, none of that would matter if Oklahoma came in there undefeated, because they would have already been ranked in the top 3 probably, and when you knock them off, you'd automatically replace them in the college football playoff. Everybody's like, oh, man, I just want Oklahoma to lose. Okay, I want Oklahoma to win. I want us to be the team that beats Oklahoma and then ruin their playoff hopes, and therefore guaranteeing our playoff spot. Now, you can beat Oklahoma State, and it's likely going to lead to you being in the college football playoff conversation, but it's no guarantee.
No, it's not that elevated boost.
If Oklahoma was undefeated, guaranteed.
True. And it was your only loss, and it came in the last seconds of the game, and you avenged it and those things. That's true. And here's a texter that says, guys, total BS. Way too many possibilities exist. There are 4 possible undefeated conference champions still out there.
Exactly. I agree with the texter. It's too much. No.
Yeah, that's a little over the top from Reese Davis. It's a fun conversation, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, there very well could be, if Washington were to win out, I mean, you'd have 4 conference champions undefeated. Now, that doesn't happen that often. It's a big if. It's the, what do you call it, Nicki Minaj,
the big butt,
Kim
man.
Kardashian size butt. But, it could happen. I mean, Georgia could win out. Ohio State or Michigan went out and undefeated. Florida State and then Washington, and you're sitting with 4 undefeated teams. And Texas isn't going. So I would agree with Reese Davis to your point that it was a big win to survive that game, to keep the opportunity alive. but there are by no means guarantees.
Yeah, especially with your backup quarterback right now. And,
Well, we'll get into that. It's Quinn Ewers hinting that maybe he wants to get back out there sooner than maybe Longhorn fans believe. We'll talk about that. But right now, let's one more time catch you up on the headlines. You get up and out, get into traffic, or get going with your day. Make sure you're fully aware of the news around you. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment always bring it to you here to start the 8 o'clock hour. And yeah, Texas football sitting at 8-1. Number 7 in the college football playoff rankings last week. The new ones will be out tonight. They sit atop the Big 12 at 5-1 with a regular season, 3 regular season games remaining. At his weekly Monday news conference yesterday, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian said he was very pleased after watching the tape of the game that with his team's physicality and toughness this past Saturday in the win over K-State, but very frustrated with the self-inflicted wounds that allowed the Wildcats to come back from 20 points down late in the third quarter to take the game to overtime. 10 penalties for the Longhorns in that game, 3 turnovers, a failed fourth down attempt, a blocked punt, all made the game much closer than it needed to be. But Sark also urged for folks to keep the latest win in perspective.
We just went and beat a top 25 team that's the number 1 defense in our conference and had almost 500 yards of offense and scored 33 points with our backup quarterback, with our backup right tackle in the game, when our starting left tackle went out and we had to move our starting left guard and left tackle. So just look at that from that perspective and think about some of the stuff we had to go through defensively. You know, we didn't have 2 safeties last game, Catalon and Crawford out. You know, Ethan Burks coming back off an injury. You know, Jade was down there for a minute. Ryan Watts was out for a minute. But we have enough depth on our team to put guys in position and make them play, you know, good football for us to overcome.
They did overcome. Sark also said he was very encouraged by yesterday morning's workout, the practice, because everybody other 2 deep was out there, including starting safeties Jalen Catalon and Keaton Crawford, who he just referenced. Also, right tackle Christian Jones was back practicing yesterday. Sark said it's the first time in more than a month that everybody was out there to begin prep for a game. They were at TCU on Saturday. College hoops trio of transfers helped their lead 18th-ranked Texas past Incarnate Word 88-56 last night in the Longhorn season opener at Moody Center. The newcomer Caden Shedrick, also with Theo Horton and Max Asmus, were all tremendous last night in Rodney Terry's team's win. They had a 33-5 run in the first half that blew the game open. How about Caden Shedrick, the 6'11 Virginia transfer? He had in just 11 minutes, 12 points, grabbed 5 boards, blocked 3 shots. Max Asmus had 12. The UCF transfer, Ethiel Horton, led the Longhorns with 17. NFL Monday Night Football rout to wrap up Week 9. Former TCU star Darius Davis returned to punt 87 yards for a touchdown. Austin Eckler ran for a couple touchdowns. As the Chargers rolled the Jets 27-6. Busy night in the NBA, 12-game card, including all 3 Texas squads. Indiana routed the Spurs. Mavericks won their 6th in their first 7 games to start the year. They won in Orlando. Houston beat Sacramento.
And the social media post by Quinn Ewers got Longhorn fans really excited. This happened last night. He posted a picture of himself looking clean, all right, just dressed in uniform at the line of scrimmage, looking like he's about to take the snap. But with the title here, the caption was, "So turn me loose, set me free." Shout out to Merle Haggard. So it was a country music lyric, but then he decided to tease the Longhorn faithful. Set me loose. I mean, turn me loose, set me free. I think the implication is that he's ready to go. He's ready to play.
He's ready to play.
And Sark already said he's been practicing. Shout out to my man Jerry Hamilton over at Inside Texas, who said his sources had actually said that Quinn was casually throwing the football around a little bit last week, just on his own, doing some stuff. So he wasn't totally restricted from it last week, and it looks like now maybe they decide to speed up his timeline with, with the way that Malik played. Not that Malik was bad. You still won that game, but maybe you didn't see the improvement, a drastic improvement from start 1 to start 2. And just in case you don't get a better baseline of performance, maybe you better make sure Quinn's ready to go. So I don't know if Quinn will be ready to start. He's day-to-day, but he should be ready to go. And he should be your emergency QB in that situation, potentially.
Yeah, from week to week to day to day, and that's good, right? He could be better by Friday than he is right now, and that'd be the hope. But if he's already casually throwing, that means they'll then monitor him after each day's practice to see where his pain is. Is it subsiding? Is it getting better? And really about the zip on the ball, right? And it's about the ability to push the ball down the field with maximum power. I mean, it's really what you're talking about. And, there's a chance an injury like that's not 100% the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
But is it close enough just to go play and put your best quarterback on the field, put the guy that is going to make the fewest mistakes? Because that's the one thing we know. Malik Murphy has some talent, but it's big-time talent, but at the same time he's making mistakes and does look like Quinn Ewers did at times last year. But even when he struggled last year, Quinn Ewers did a pretty good job of taking care of the football.
He wasn't as careless with the ball as Malik is. Malik's a little careless with the football. I mean, he's got 4 interceptions, 4 turnovers, but he has multiple dropped interceptions. I mean, could be as many as 6 interceptions.
Yeah, that's the thing. And this is why, if you're a Longhorn fan, and look, Sark shouldn't tell anybody that Quinn Ewers is going to play Saturday. He should play coy all the way to kickoff.
Yeah, you want to make sure you use that misinformation.
If you're Sonny Dykes and you're watching this tape, it doesn't take long to figure out, man, let's play the 3-high defense. Let's keep everything in front of us. See if we can stop the run enough to force him to make some throws and see if we can take a couple. Get our crowd behind it, get our crowd into it. This is going to be TCU sitting at 4-5, coming off a perfect season a year ago into the Big 12 title game, and a trip play for the national championship. This is, this is their Super Bowl now. This is their one way to say, you know what, hadn't been a great year. We lost a lot of good players, but we beat Texas, and Sonny Dykes continues to own the Longhorns. And that's going to be the rallying cry in Fort Worth this week, just like it was at BYU Baylor, just like it was at Houston. And, the Baylor game was a blowout. The Houston game was way too close for comfort. So, what are we going to get here? Having your best quarterback on the field would help significantly in alleviating any concerns.
Yeah, and, TCU, they're struggling, all right? This is not the season that they thought they were going to have. But this is what trap games are all about. To me, the definition of a trap game is a team trying to save their season by ruining your season because their goals and their hopes and dreams have all been dashed. That's TCU right now. And you just brought it up, Sonny Dykes, for whatever reason, he's got a really good record coaching against Texas, whether you're talking about his Bear Raid days at Cal or here recently at TCU. And don't forget about the OC, who, by the way, is a former lifetime Longhorn. All right, Kendall Browse in the DBU room with me. All right, he was in the DB meeting room with myself. It's almost like some origin story from some kind of villain, some type of comic book villain. Right? He hates Texas, but he was once a Longhorn himself. All right, and he knows, how to scheme against Texas with that veer and shoot offense. Let's not forget, he is literally family with Jeff Lebby, who is the OC of Oklahoma, who also runs the veer and shoot.
Yeah.
The Browse offense, essentially. And if you don't think they're sharing notes and sharing ideas and concepts, they're crazy. They're family. Yeah. They're definitely sharing a game plan, and that's the game plan that beat you, all right, with that offensive scheme versus Oklahoma. And we know how Texas performs defensively versus pass-first teams, i.e. U of H. All right, go look at what happened there. And go look at even when K-State had to abandon the run, had to take it out in the backyard, shoot it, and bury it. Look what they did. Look how they came back and marched down the field and made plays against the Texas secondary. If you're a pass-first team, Oklahoma, especially in that veer and shoot offense, you can make some plays against Texas. Can you run the ball against Texas? Hell no. Nobody can. But you got to have a non-traditional running game, which Oklahoma had. You don't even need a running game like U of H decided. We don't even need a running game. We just don't throw the football against them. You can have success. So just throwing it out there. There's a lot of different concepts and a lot of different challenges that TCU can present to Texas. Yes, Texas is a double-digit favorite, but they were a 20-something point favorite against U of H, and that came down to a goal line game-winning stand.
Yeah, every game is tenuous for Texas right now.
Backup quarterback in there.
Especially as long as Quinn Ewers is not on the field at this point.
Exactly.
I would also say Sonny Dykes, his dream job was Texas. His father, he grew up and as a Texas fan. His dad was, of course, an assistant coach at Texas when he was growing up, and then ended up head coach at Texas Tech. He, had some conversations with Chris Del Conte about this job when it came available. So, there's that too. Sonny Dykes.
It's personal.
It's personal.
It's personal.
Yeah, it's personal.
Yeah.
And it's huge for your program to beat Texas, right? I mean, it's huge. And then in a year in which you surprised everybody a year ago and found your way in the college football playoff national championship game, only to get your doors blown off by TCU. And, of course, TCU started this year with the embarrassing loss to Colorado, where didn't any tape. Embarrassing in that they missed like 20 tackles. They just didn't look prepared to play. And Deion Sanders got this immediate jolt of the media attention, and look what he's done. He just beat the team that was playing for the championship a year ago. So that really got their year off to a tough start, and then they kind of rebounded. But now it's about quarterback. And I also know this. We recorded our Eyes on Texas multicast last night, Mike Craven and myself. Mike Craven is a senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. His reporting out of Fort Worth is that Chandler Morris is actually getting healthy. That maybe Chandler Morris, Josh Hoover, has been going as the starting quarterback since Chandler Morris has been injured. Kind of like Quinn Ewers, there's a thought that maybe he's progressing towards potentially being able to play. But I think both sides are going to have some quarterback gamesmanship going on.
Who do you think is a better I say a worse matchup, I guess, for Texas, those quarterbacks, Hoover or Chandler Morris? Because honestly, I think Hoover might be a tougher matchup. Chandler Morris can run a little bit, so I guess if you want the running game.
Of course, Chandler Morris is the Oklahoma transfer who was supposed to be the starter last year and then got hurt, and Max Duggan took the job and
never gave it up.
Never looked back.
And this kid has looked pretty good.
Josh Hoover has.
He can chunk it, man.
He has, but he's a young guy. Really, and of course, Chandler Morris is the son of Chad Morris, remember, former Lake Travis coach.
It just seems like Sonny Dykes is picking the wrong starting quarterback. Both the sounds of that. He picked Chandler Morris.
Well, I'm not saying he's going to play. I'm saying he's trending towards possibly being available.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they might, because at this point you're 4-5, and you now know Josh Hoover's the future at the position.
Might as well go with the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's he's a young kid out of Rockwall. They're east of Dallas, and they think he is the guy at the future of that position.
He can throw it. He looks good.
He does.
I've seen him. He looks good.
So we'll preview the game all week. We'll continue to talk about Texas and come off K-State. Reese Davis saying they're a lock for the college football playoff. I think that's a bit aggressive, Mr. Davis.
Lock.
Longhorn fans excited to
I don't know about the lock. I'm confident. I feel confident about it.
Well, and here's what I agree. I think he's over the top.
They probably have the most favorable path right now, conference-wise, through their conference.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of what he's, because we maybe didn't play the entire cut, but at the same time, you look at Oregon and Washington, they still have some tough games to come down the stretch in the Pac-12 championship game scenario. Of course, Georgia still has to play Alabama. And if there's just Ohio State and Michigan, Ohio State and Penn State, whereas Texas has TCU, Texas Tech, and Iowa State remaining, plus a Big 12 championship game, which likely will be against, or very possibly can be against Oklahoma State. All right, so the college football's there. We'll look for those college football playoff rankings out tonight. I'll also get into the NFL after 9 full weeks in the books last night. Jets were awful. I know it's
awful.
They planned for Aaron Rodgers to be there, so I guess he's on the sideline wearing his stocking cap last night.
He's throwing too.
He's talking about coming back.
He puts on a little exhibition before all their games where people are so shocked and surprised at how far along he is. So maybe he's hinting that he's coming back. But they got to be in the playoff hunt though for him to come back.
This would be way outside anything we've ever seen before. But he's rehabbing every day. He's out in California. Now, he was there last night, but he's doing this new kind of treatment. And it is pretty amazing to watch him in warm-ups. He's, not limping, slinging the ball around. Doesn't mean he can line up and play football. But at this point, for him to even consider coming back, they'd have to get themselves into playoff contention, and they're not. Right?
No,
I mean, they're
not right now.
No,
they just can't. And the defense.
And that's a game at home. You got to win last night because it's a Chargers team that's under 500. But now you're, as we said yesterday, if the playoffs started today, Rod, in the NFL, every member of the AFC North would be in the playoffs. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Cincinnati. You have a 7-2 Baltimore and then 3 5-3 football teams.
Yeah, you got some of the best defense in the NFL is being played there now. You got the Browns, the Ravens are playing great defense. The Browns are one of the best defenses in the NFL.
Joe Burrow's back.
And don't forget about Lou Anarumo, the defense coordinator for the Bengals. He may not be the best DC in the regular season, but I don't know if there's anybody better once the postseason gets started, being able to come up with creative game plans. So, and you got high-powered quarterbacks like Burrow and Lamar Jackson. That division right now is it's tough.
Yeah.
And how the hell does the Steelers keep winning? I don't know. But they keep winning, even though they're in spite of their offense.
Well, I would say, right now in the AFC, Rod, at their best, I think Baltimore might be the most complete team, not just in that division, but maybe in the whole conference.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Because remember, they're 7-2. They had a game where they lost to the Steelers, where they dropped all the passes. They dropped 5 passes.
It was
a couple of them were touchdowns.
Yeah, they did.
It's like, what?
Passes, yeah.
And somehow the Steelers won the game on a block punt and a play. And that's when if you're the Ravens, you're like, man, we let that get away. That was at Pittsburgh. They also lost a game in overtime to the Colts back when Anthony Richardson was – actually, they lost to Gardner Minshew. Mm-hmm. So there's 2 weird outlier losses. But, man, over the last 3 weeks, they've had Detroit come to town. The Lions came in as division leader at 6-2 at the time, and they beat them 38-6. This week they had
Whipped them.
Seattle come to town as a division leader in the NFC North, beat them 37-3.
Yeah, whipped them.
And it seems like they're getting more and more acclimated to that Todd Monken offense. Odell Beckham Jr.'s back, caught a touchdown pass last week. He could become more of a factor. The Ravens and the Chiefs are still. It's Patrick Mahomes' division and conference until you beat them. But
they're so easier. They're so much easier to defend.
Yes, it is.
Without any threats at wide receiver, they really are. Not, Travis Kelce is awesome. I mean, he's the best tight end potentially of all time. But I believe the stat I gave yesterday was that Patrick Mahomes has 6 games this year where he has completed passes to at least 10 different receivers. And you would think that's a cool stat. It's like, that is not cool stats. Not for Patrick Mahomes. That means he doesn't necessarily trust any of the wide receivers, and he can't find any consistency or chemistry or continuity with any of those wide receivers.
The good stat you gave about Dak Prescott last hour is Dak Prescott's, looking for CeeDee Lamb because he trusts CeeDee Lamb.
That's his guy.
And he's thrown it to him like 24 times the last 2 weeks.
Yep, that's his guy.
It used to be Tyreek Hill would have all the targets. Well, now they don't really have a guy. Outside of Travis Kelce, and teams, as you predicted in the Dolphins game, they were able to put Jalen Ramsey on him, double him with some other guys sometimes, and Travis Kelce was a non-factor. And yes, I know you're all waiting with bated breath. Taylor Swift was in Germany.
She was. Oh, wow. I
saw a video of them showing up together, walking into the stadium in Frankfurt.
And what was his stat line? Wasn't great, was it?
No.
So maybe the Taylor Swift bump is even wearing off a little bit. He's not even getting that Taylor Swifty bump.
She was there. She walked in the stadium with him, so the Germans didn't make much of a big deal about it. Apparently.
Yeah, well, it was
NFL Network.
It was a competitive game, and it was exciting.
Great
game.
Some
Big plays, but you didn't get that prolific Chiefs offense, and that's what really has set them apart.
Well,
now the defense is playing really well. If you go look at how about this little stat, I'll give you. So we're talking NFL. You go look at yards per play allowed. How about this little stat here to show you how different the Chiefs are? Yards per play allowed. Ravens number 1, 4.1. That's the best defense in the league, arguably. Browns. They're at 4.3, arguably top defense in the league too. And then the Chiefs.
They've rebuilt their style of play.
There you go. How about that? So, the stat I gave you about him completing passes to 10 different receivers in 6 games so far this year, which is a Super Bowl record in the Super Bowl era already, and you're even halfway through the season. Maybe it doesn't matter as much because they just win differently.
I think that's been philosophical, and I wish. If you're a Chiefs fan, you should wish they would have gotten, like the Cowboys should have gotten a running back. They should have gotten a receiver of some regard. But it's still Patrick Mahomes, so you don't doubt him. But I do think the numbers you just gave would indicate that Baltimore might have the highest ceiling in the conference. That Baltimore, as they continue to get better in this offense, get more consistent in Lamar Jackson, and if he can stay healthy, they're going to be tough because the defense is outstanding and they can just put clamps on you. The team that we'll get to see that we haven't talked about is Jacksonville. Jacksonville comes off their bye this week, Rod, looking forward now, and they play the 49ers, who are also off their bye. Mm-hmm. Both of those teams. Could Jacksonville, after some, the early struggles where they lost to Houston and lost to the Chiefs, Jacksonville's gotten it together. They also could be a factor because guess what? The Jaguars have the easiest road in that division because, you talk about home field and home playoff games, things of that nature. Jacksonville's got Houston, Indianapolis, and Tennessee to deal with, whereas Baltimore has got, the Steelers and the Browns and the Bengals. Miami and Buffalo are going to go head-to-head. And then the Chiefs also have a pretty easy road, too, down there in their head.
First of all, coming off a bye with the issues that the 49ers have had, in addition to them getting healthy off the bye, I'll take the 49ers in that matchup. But, I like the Trevor Lawrence-led Jacksonville Jaguars, too. But going back to the Ravens, and I agree with you, I think they may have the highest upside of all these teams we're talking about in the AFC right now, just because the defense hasn't even been healthy. Keep that in mind. And yet the defense is playing so well that here's a number of drives against the Ravens that have ended in touchdowns. 9. That's it. They played in 9 games and have given up 9 touchdown drives so far this season. They have, how about this? They have surrendered touchdowns only 8.6% of their drives. All right? 8.6% of their drives. By the way, sorry, that's 8.7%. That would be the lowest number since the 2000 Ravens. Yes. This Ravens team has the best touchdown percentage allowed defense since the 2000 Ravens.
It's pretty good.
It's really good. And Mike McDonald, who's their defensive coordinator, youngest coordinator in franchise history for the Ravens, also the second youngest DC in the NFL right now.
Yeah, he's a high riser. Came from Michigan.
Came from Michigan.
Remember, he and his brother
Hey,
swapped
he
DCs.
knows about that son. He knows coming Stallions.
Oh, he does. He does. They know each other. They had Thanksgiving dinner together.
He's like, he might delete that guy's number from his phone. Like, oh, no, sorry,
who's
Connor.
this guy with
Not
us there,
taking that
Jim?
call.
Jim, who's this guy you brought with us for Thanksgiving? That's
my boy
Connor.
Connor.
That's Connor.
That's good people. He's good people.
Connor, what's your last name? Stallion. Is that real? That can't be real. I'm telling you, the Saturday Night Live skit is coming on that whole thing.
Coming.
Because I'm making them up in my own head. We'll come back when we do. Rod takes us behind the BOC. Hear more from Sark with his weekly Monday news conference. Also a little off the record before the end of the hour. It's a Tuesday edition of Hook 'em Up.
Look at me. and his status. But first, let's hear him talking about the next opponent for the Texas Longhorns, the TCU Horned Frogs.
Obviously, we've got a tall task Saturday, going on the road, night game, primetime game against a good football team that I don't think the record is indicative of how good they are. They've had a couple tough losses that could have gone either way, and then the record looks different. So we got to make sure that we look at the totality of the body of work of.
Let's go with four next,
really
please, Ty.
They've got a veteran defense. Got athletic quarterbacks. They got good schemes. They're really good on special teams, and so we know they'll be ready to play. We know we'll get their best shot. We need to ensure that they get our best shot as well.
All right, that's Steve Sarkisian talking about the TCU Horned Frogs. If Texas is going to give TCU their best shot, and they're going to take the best shot, TCU, who's going to be the starting quarterback for the Longhorns is probably going to be one of the biggest determining factors. It could be Malik. It could even be Quinn Ewers. We told you earlier he posted on social media, very cryptic message hinting that he might be ready to go. It was a Merle Haggard lyric that he posted on social media, essentially saying, let me go. Set me free. So we'll see if that is the case. Here is Sark talking about the timeline and the status of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, so Quinn, like I said, he started to throw a little bit last week. He threw again today. To me, it's more day-to-day at this point.
Can we have cut cut 14 ready, please? Thanks.
Got to continue to see how he feels. Ultimately, this is how does he feel? I can't, the doctors, what does it feel like? Where's he at? I can give my assessment on the capability to operate our offense, but ultimately, how does he feel? And so we'll navigate this week.
So let's start talking about the injuries, and obviously the most notable one to Quinn Ewers. So Quinn Ewers day-to-day now. My man Jerry Hamilton did say he was casually throwing a little bit last week, so we'll see what his status is. But he's not the only one dealing with injuries. You had injuries to Christian Jones in that game. You had injuries. Obviously, Jaden Catalon's been dealing with an injury too. Multiple starters out for that K-State game dealing with injuries. Here's Sark talking about the overall health of the team.
Well, I'd say this. I think the thing that was probably the most encouraging thing for me today, everybody practiced. That was awesome. We've gone about a month now or so where certain guys have been out, certain guys have been limited. The beauty of today's practice, everybody was out there. Catalan was back out there. Crawford was out there. Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there.
Can we get 11, Ty? 11, please. Thank you.
And figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what is that going to look like. But for a Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging for me.
That is Sark talking about the most encouraging news probably that Longhorn fans can hear is that everybody got a chance to practice. Doesn't mean they're going to play, but at least everybody's out there practicing, which means they're on schedule, on track to be able to play for this stretch run for the Longhorns. Sark, looking at the injuries now all over the team, but specifically at quarterback, he now has to come up with a plan, right, with quarterback, because we don't know Quinn's status, but he's day-to-day. He's going to have to look at how Quinn is feeling, the pain tolerance, also look at the trajectory of one Malik Murphy, right, if he's improving, if he's developing that baseline consistency. And with all that being said, contingency plans for Sark would also motivate him to get Arch ready to go, just in case Quinn's not ready and then Malik does have a regression of some sort. Here's Sark talking about balancing the QB reps in practice and in the games.
Well, and Arch too, right? And so there is. It's a balancing act, We try to be really mindful of it's one to look at how many reps. B, what plays are they repping, right? And so that
let's go 15 next. Yeah, we should be done.
To develop their own skill set.
Thank you, brother.
Who are they repping those plays with, right? And so there's a balancing act to all of that. Myself, Coach Millie, try to do our best to manage that, and then monitor it in practice. If we feel like the guy needs another rep of something, we put him back in to get a rep of something. So, but that's It's never easy, I guess, but we're like I said, we're fortunate that we have three really good players at that position that need to all continue to develop and get healthy and do those things so that when they get in, they can play with the utmost confidence.
All right, so a lot of Longhorn fans are having the Arch Manning conversation and for some reason or another, whether because of the regression of Malik or because of the injury to Quinn. Here's Sark talking about the progress of the right now third-string quarterback Arch Manning.
For me, with Arch, I'm learning more and more about his skill set. And one thing that I've been, really impressed with him is, his conviction and ability to throw the ball down the field with a great deal of accuracy, which sometimes is hard to tell in high school, especially when they're not the style of offense that we are. They have some aspects of it. But what I've learned over the last couple weeks, and especially last week, is he can make a lot of throws down the field and do it in a way that guys are very comfortable making those plays down the field. So that's a real positive. And then I think the second part about his game that I'm really encouraged about is he is very athletic. Arch is extremely athletic. He's a strong, powerful guy. He's got good speed about him. So his game gives a little different versatility and twist to his style of play.
I mean, he did hit 20 MPHs at one point this offseason. So I think we all agree that's got to be athletic. He's got to be athletic to be able to hit 20 miles per hour running. But, yeah, that's Sark talking about Arch Manning, that he's progressing, likes what he's seen. But he's not, I don't think, hinting that he is speeding up the developmental track of one Arch Manning. I think they still will like Arch on the track that he's going to redshirt, and he's not even in the he's in the emergency quarterback role right now, potentially. If worst case scenario happens, Quinn can't go, something happens to Malik, knock on wood. But right now, it sounds like Sark's, going to go with Quinn if he's healthy, and if not, it's going to be Malik.
Yep, there's your quarterback rundown. Longhorns getting ready for TCU. Quinn Ewers being cryptic, but maybe good news for the Longhorns. We come back, we go off the record, stories you've missed or maybe have missed that you need to know because they'll be being talked about off the record coming next year on Hook 'em Up.
Get you good news here for kickoff. I believe so.
Thanks.
That practice finish. Now, south and north, there's still a slow traffic catching up with itself further south.
handful goes of dynamite.
Time for another edition of Off the Record.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. The thing sucks.
Oh, you know what sucks, Rod, is getting Twitter duped. Taylor Swift was not in Germany.
Oh, I gotcha.
I saw a picture that said that walking into the stadium in Frankfurt didn't true because here it is.
Got him, coach.
You know what Taylor Swift did do? She hosted a watch party at her New York City apartment with the WAGs.
Damn right.
The wives and girlfriends.
Okay.
Including Chiefs backup quarterback Shane Buechele's wife, Paige.
So she's getting
She
close.
was in attendance. Blake Bell's partner, Lindsay. And several others, WAGs of the Chiefs, were there to watch the 7:30 in the morning. They were in pajamas and stuff.
So the trend continues when Taylor Swift is in appearance. Travis Kelce's numbers go up. The offense benefits. When she's not, Travis Kelce's numbers drop, and the offense suffers. So Taylor Swift needs to show up in person for her man.
It's too far away. She had a WAGs party.
You just support your man, Taylor Swift, in person. Okay.
Speaking of wives and girlfriends, you know Christian McCaffrey, Rod?
Oh, yeah. CMC.
So they had their bye week, but he's getting married to 2019 Miss Universe Olivia Culpo when the season is over.
Good man.
And apparently during the bye week, he sent his to-be bride on a bachelorette party to Mexico.
All right.
And did it upright. Private jet. On the private jet, how about this, Rod? On the private jet down to Mexico. They had the flight was decked out with half-naked male waitstaff.
Oh, there you go. Good for him.
Cardboard cutouts of her future hubby. They went to the popular resort in Mexico for a girls' weekend. His face was all over the place, and then surprise, surprise, Christian McCaffrey surprised Olivia Culpo with fireworks while they were sipping wine.
There you go. Good
Well
for him.
choreographed.
It's nice. I like that.
Do you think he did that, or do you think his agent or someone else handled that for him?
No, it doesn't matter. When you got that much bread, who cares? I mean, as long as the thought only counts when you got to put in the work yourself. When you got a lot of bread, she doesn't care if you did it or you paid somebody to do it, as long as it got done.
She, of course, posted all of her
Exactly.
excitement on her Instagram account. And yes, 2019 Miss Universe Olivia Culpo for Christian McCaffrey. Well done.
Good for him. Yeah. Not only the gin pop.
No, he did not.
No,
he did not.
His face was everywhere.
Little cardboard cutouts of him.
Yes.
She went with her sister Sophia and a group of friends.
Face all over the place.
Yes.
Okay. How about this? Chargers GM Tom Telesco reportedly, based on a report from an insider who covers the Chargers, he apologized to the team for signing cornerback J.C. Jackson. Telesco signed Jackson to an $82.5 million contract in free agency last year, but Jackson struggled with poor play and injuries. Eventually, the Chargers traded him back to the Patriots, where he's actually playing well now, for a late-round swap. Telesco called the signing a swing and a miss and apologized to the other DBs on the team, according to an ESPN story.
Ouch.
How about that?
Apologize to the team because he must have been a locker room ass.
That might have been it, too. Also, how about this one? Chase Young, remember he was traded to the 49ers?
Uh-huh.
He wasn't actually told by the Commanders that they traded him. He found out from social media after the trade. A report came out saying that he was an undisciplined player, and apparently he found out about these reports and the trade on social media. Hey, I know that's true because I got traded. I mean, I got cut, and I didn't find out till a crawl.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I mean, my agent hit me up after I'd already seen it. That happens. I mean, it happens quick.
And they call your agent. Maybe he doesn't get the message immediately.
Yeah, he didn't get the message in time, and they released it like before they told him quickly. So it happens. It happens.
Hey, by the way, the people who work at Disney parks would like fans who are waiting in line for rides and events to stop defecating right there in line.
Excuse me? Say what? What? Hold up. This is a thing?
I'll tell you this story on the other side.
This is kids, right? Talking about kids. They're talking about like infants.
A big write-up of a long-standing rumor at dinner parks. There are people so desperate to keep their spot in line at certain rides, they sometimes defecate right there on the ground.
But then you can't get on the ride. What is happening? What?
Disney workers, Disney theme park workers would really appreciate if you'd stop pooping in line.
They
Thank
should
you very
sell
much.
diapers at the Disney parks.
Diapers.
Boom, problem solved.
Disney diapers, we call them.
Disney diapers.
Right in the vending machine. $12 for one. We're back. Hook them up.
For the last minutes, I've been looking for Viking.
Yeah, that's crazy. Viking fans, E.
say, yeah, okay, there's one. But overall, it's looking pretty good. We do have residual southbound on Mopac, north of Steck. Again, we had a crash there earlier. Still dealing with problems there. Over at Palmer and
with Ian Rod E. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Hook 'em Up rolls on. 2 more hours to go of the 5-hour extravaganza. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. It's Austin's only local morning sports conversation. We're bringing it to you strong. Coming up in this segment, Rod will get us a rant. Rod's rant. Thoughts on what are we doing rant in the 9 o'clock hour, Rod?
Talking NFL.
NFL week
rant.
9 in the books.
Yes, sir.
Also, a lot of people
Yes,
impressed with
sir.
our guy, Christian McCaffrey. It says CMC, Christian McCaffrey demonstrating confidence, sending half-naked people on the private jet. See, that's nice. This
Yeah,
says,
but I mean, what's he? First of all, most of those half-naked dudes ain't got bodies better than his. I'm not a gay man, right? I'm a heterosexual man, but this dude works out really like
good.
3 times a day. There's none of those dudes on there playing. They got abs and they got pecs like Christian McCaffrey. That's number 1. They ain't got his bread. Number 2. If she want to risk it all for some little late night hype with something like that, man, she would be the dumbest woman that I've ever on a private plane. She'd be the dumbest one on a private jet. 'Cause I keep put her on the private jet for her and her friends. Okay,
yes,
so
he did her right.
he's got nothing to worry about, guys. He's not
Yeah.
insecure. There's no reason to be insecure about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he
Come
is
on now.
CMC. This says Olivia Culpo used to date Danny Amendola. That's correct.
That's true.
And said to have popped Tim Tebow's cherry. That ain't true. Tim Tebow was loyal
No,
to
he
the
was.
marriage.
Yeah, he was a virgin until he was married.
Married. That is true. I actually
that's
heard
true.
that on a very good account.
No, he was. No, he was. You don't.
Well, a
need
lot
a
of people
good-
didn't believe it.
You know why you don't need a good account? TMZ. Because Tim Tebow was the biggest star in football for like a year, period, at any level, right? Tebow mania. You don't think TMZ was trying to find that skank that popped that cherry? You don't think they were trying to find that little late night hype that went over there, that one night stand from Tebow? They tried, and not one woman could prove that they were a one night stand with Tim Tebow or they got it on with him. They looked. Oh, everybody looked, and they couldn't find it.
Yeah,
That's how we know it's true.
And TMZ we know pays for information.
Exactly, they pay good money for the information,
Yeah.
right? So they couldn't find it.
But you know, as my eyewitness account says, it would not happen. He was going to be loyal till he found the one.
Yeah.
Good for him.
God, I mean,
Good for Timmy Tebow.
you could argue that was part of his superpower. You know, I mean, he had so much pent
Discipline.
up. Yeah, well, that too, and I'm talking about the pent up power.
Pent up power.
The pent up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pent up male energy there. They had to harness it in the right way.
We'll
Yeah,
go,
man.
Go run over people in the SEC. and
Women
then-
weaken legs.
Hey, a quick note before we get to the rant and the other stories, the more we haven't mentioned, we talked some Longhorn hoops, Longhorn basketball off to a 1-0 start, Longhorn football, more from Sark coming up, talking Texas football, sitting at 8-1. The college football playoff rankings are out tonight, but out of baseball, a couple of interesting stories. You see that Craig Counsell, how about this, Rod?
Yeah.
This is
I saw that.
Craig Counsell. Not only so the Chicago Cubs have hired Craig Counsell to be their manager,
Mhm.
and you know that's a pretty big story into itself because he's done a great job with the Milwaukee Brewers, but he's leaving to go from one division rival to another, and they hired him while the Cubs still had a manager. David Ross was still the
Hold
Cubs
up.
manager.
Hold up. Say that again. They hired a manager to replace the manager they already had?
Yes.
Still on staff?
Yes. Now he may have been told that they were looking around, and he probably should have left.
But
But
they didn't make one move, didn't make the other.
yes,
Wow.
No.
That's weird. That is
No.
strange.
they did not.
Huh.
They on Monday reports leaked that the Cubs had hired Counsell, but no one even knew they had fired Ross.
Oh.
And not only is David Ross their manager, who's done a pretty good job last year, he's a franchise hero. He helped them win the World Series.
What was the ownership and management? What were they upset about with
That
the
they,
current
I think they saw opportunity to upgrade the manager.
Okay, just wanted to upgrade. All right.
And not that Ross was, but they wanted the opportunity to keep Ross if Counsell had said no. I would.
Oh,
think.
they want that cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we've all been there before then.
Yeah.
I would love to upgrade, but if my upgrade doesn't work out, I want to make sure I keep my. I always say,
'cause you're good.
don't pass up your for show for some mo, or you may end up with no.
No.
Guys, y'all know what I'm talking about. 6th Street, 1 in the morning. And I guess they didn't want to pass up they for show for some mo unless they were able to guarantee that upgrade.
Well, I had heard the name Craig Counsell with the Astros too, so it wasn't. And maybe he wanted more money from the Brewers because he's been with the Brewers for a while and done a real good job.
Okay.
But he bolted for like $8 million a year. within division. This is all pretty strange. And yeah, Monday reports leaked the Cubs had hired him. No one even knew that Ross had been fired. The moves were essentially simultaneous. So once they got the agreement, they went to David Ross and said, "You're out.
You're done, son."
If I was the Brewers, I would hire David Ross and say, "Let's go beat those."
That'd be petty. That'd be awesome, all-time petty. I would love that. That'd be pretty.
Would that be good?
That'd be fantastic.
How do we respond to this? Let's go hire the guy that knows that roster better than anybody.
He does.
And Ty, back at our studio, I'll read this. And this one of my go-to reads on the. I'm a fan of the Athletic.com, Rob, the pay site.
They do great work.
Jim Bowden's a former general manager, and he does baseball analysis. And he had 24 predictions for signings and trades this offseason. Now that we're to the offseason, his number 2 prediction. Shohei Ohtani will sign many by signing with the world champion Texas Rangers. The contract will include incentives, escalator clauses, and award bonuses that will make him the highest paid player in the history of the sport. The Dodgers and Mariners will finish as the runners-up in the Shohei sweepstake.
I don't want to think about that right now. That'd be very depressing.
Yeah, it's like, let's go. And look,
the arms race between the Astros and the Rangers, that's out of control. That's out of hand now. They've already spent like half a $billion in the roster. They hadn't spent enough to win the World Series.
No, but it kind of fits what they're looking for. Wow. And I can't back off because I know I took a lot of heat from Ranger fans, baseball fans back in the summer when I was arguing the Rangers should be in the mix. If they are going to trade Shohei, the Rangers should get in on this. And my argument was they had a deep farm system, was what the Angels would have wanted to deal with, someone with a lot of top prospects. And they have a deep-pocketed owner.
Yes,
and, they have an aggressive deep-pocketed owner. And so we'll see. Shohei Ohtani. Pretty clear by several reports now. The Dodgers' you talk to most baseball insiders, the Dodgers are the favorite because he'd want to stay on the West Coast and L.A. and that market.
They got big money.
Don't have to go far. He was in Anaheim over to L.A. They got big money. And they want him. Same time, it's pretty clear the Rangers are going to at least make a pitch. The Rangers are going to.
Yeah. And your World Series ring will help you make that pitch.
Yeah. Well, that's Shohei has been on the record that he wants to win.
You can make that pitch now, buddy.
He wants to win. Mm-hmm. And obviously, he's going to be coming off Tommy John surgery, so his impact as a pitcher will not be felt for a little while, whatever he signs with.
Yeah.
But he can slide in as your designated hitter and play some outfield when you need him. He may not be able to play outfield until his arm is right. Yeah, they are going to be able to clear some. Yeah, he was their DH, and that's a good point, Ty. So, yeah, I mean, watch it. There's now 2 or 3. John Hyman, the longtime baseball insider, now Jim Bowden, both reporting that Shohei. Because I really thought, and we'll never know this. Maybe one day we can get Chris Young on the show and we can ask him. But because remember the Angels decided dumbly, stupidly, ridiculously. Like franchise malfeasance to not make him available for trade.
Yeah, that was crazy. So they're going to double down, make the playoffs.
Yeah,
like a playoff
like
run.
They actually gave up more prospects that they don't have to try to go for it. Angels, they're going to be in the basement for a long time because now he's going to sign away and then he get in for them.
Yep.
They could have got a truckload of prospects from the Rangers because this was before the Rangers acquired Jordan Montgomery and Max Scherzer. Mm-hmm. I was arguing, this is July. Look, if they make him available, you should be in this conversation. You should go get him. And I was arguing even if it was just for this year to go win a world championship, to bring in Shohei, because he could have, at time before his injury, could have helped with your pitching staff and your hitting and rounded out your lineup. Obviously, we know they didn't need that, but we'll see. I mean, do the Rangers need it? Becomes the question. I mean,
they won World Series without it.
I know.
That was part of your pitch to get them so you can make the World Series push.
But they just proved they can do it. But I think the one thing I do know about Shohei is he's a complete team player. He's not a harder worker guy. He's going to fit into your locker room. It's not going to show up and be diva time. Now, he's going to show up if he does wherever he goes, and it's going to be a throng of media because he has an entire country following everything he does. He's got like 20, 30 media people assigned to cover him wherever he goes. So it does bring a bit of a distraction. But the Rangers have been through that before. I mean, they had the Yu Darvish thing. I remember being in when I used to go out to Surprise, Arizona and cover Ranger spring trading with Round Rock. When Yu Darvish was coming online, that we had to move hotels because so many Asian media came to cover Yu Darvish in his first year.
Big.
Oh my gosh, the hotels were full, and it was all Japanese and Asian media covering Yu Darvish. Same thing happened with him. There's no doubt about it, but that would be something else. So keep an eye on that. Jim Bowden with his predictions. We'll read some of his other
I like that.
predictions coming up, but that would be
That's big. Did you talk about we expect the arms race between the Rangers and Astros obviously be ratchet up to another level after got back-to-back World Series wins by both teams in this rivalry. If they get Shohei, I mean, they went nuclear on us. Like, with arms race straight up, they just got they got
Jim
the
Crane's
nuclear
going
option.
jam.
Yeah, you're right. That's like, well, what do you do to top that? That's the arms race is over.
Well, remember this
It'll be
past year,
over.
the Rangers got Max Scherzer and the Astros got Justin Verlander.
Yeah,
Done.
that's an arms race.
Then
What
they got Jordan Montgomery. The Astros didn't respond.
What would you do to top them getting Shohei?
There isn't a top.
There
of
will be,
that.
so the arms race will be over.
Well,
What
you can
move?
still add to your team, and you can
Well,
get better in
but
other
you
places.
wouldn't be
But
close to
no, you're adding the best player on the planet right there.
Yeah, come
to
on,
to
man.
the world champ.
So that's why I don't even want to discuss this possibility because, man, I talked about how I want the rivalry to go to another level and become one of the best rivalries in all of sports, any level. And now I may be regretting those words because it may come to fruition just not in the way I thought.
Go to the Dodgers. Just go to the Dodgers.
I thought it would. Yeah.
Hey, go ahead. Just go to the Dodgers. You want the
Please.
Dodgers. You want the Dodgers.
Go to
You want
Dodgers,
the
man.
Dodgers.
Texas too hot. You don't want to come here. List all the reasons why Shohei wouldn't like Texas. Wouldn't like the state.
Too hot.
Too hot. You don't want that. The state
All
tax.
concrete.
He wants that no state that
State
no
income tax, pretty
though.
nice. Oh, yeah.
Pretty nice.
That's true.
Look
I
how
can't
much money
argue
he
against
would
that.
save there. For him, that's like an extra $40 million or something like that. So,
No question.
all right.
Hey, before we get to your rant, Rod, there's a piece of sound going around right now.
Let's do it.
As the game ended last night on Monday Night Football,
Mhm.
you can barely hear it, but Derwin James went up to Aaron Rodgers, middle of the field,
Oh,
they're
no.
clapping hands, and James said, "When are you coming back?" Rodgers responded, "A few weeks."
Did he? Was he joking? Was he serious? What's the look on his face? Is it a laugh? Is he
No.
smirk, grin?
Said
He
a
said
few
a few
weeks.
weeks.
Said a few
casually.
weeks.
You know what? I will say this about Aaron Rodgers, and y'all mock Aaron all the time, but he is really big because he's a hippie, pretty much.
Yeah,
he's really big into different medicine.
He's kind of
like,
Ricky Williams. that way.
yes, like non-traditional methods in medicine, that type of thing. Remember, he's the one that is big into the hallucinogenics and stuff, and he's been an advocate for it and how it can help people with mental
Sure.
illness and mental health, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't doubt that if he is on some experimental medicine or method, obviously within the NFL rules. I'm not saying he's like cheating or anything like that, but that he's just doing some experimental, like cutting edge, like medicine or method
I'm
to
not
try
gonna
to
do like
get him ready
everybody
to go.
else. I think that's going to the
There's no
surgeon.
way. Yeah, exactly. He mocks modern medicine constantly,
and
right?
Dr. Fauci and all those guys.
So he's doing something, and then I think he's gonna come out and try to play. Then he can say, "Hey, man, this is what I did. I went a different route because
I do
don't
know,
trust
having
the
seen on the
modern
Pat McAfee show, J.K. Dobbins, the LaGrange running back who plays for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Remember, he hurt his Achilles the same weekend.
Yeah.
And he's in the same rehab protocol. I don't know if he had the same procedures as Rodgers, but they're rehabbing together. And Aaron Rodgers is telling you that now J.K. Dobbins playing running back different than a quarterback, but how much? But again, he was out there flinging passes in pregame last night, no limp, flinging it around, stepping strong. Didn't look like there was an injury at all.
Hey.
And he walked through that video of him walking through the airport. No limp, no crutches, nothing. Just walking through the airport.
He probably was high on psychedelics.
That's probably that too. Let's not forget about that part.
I was just kidding. No, he
Might have
actually
been.
he's educated on
But
that
that
stuff.
happened.
Yeah.
Derwin James says, "When are you coming back?" Aaron Rodgers said, "Few weeks." So
I'm telling you.
that's vague, but
He's definitely. I'm telling you, he's got some experimental, cutting edge, modern medicine that nobody else is using. That him combined with his psychedelics and stuff, that he's working it out for him.
All right, let's hit the rant.
Let's do it.
Rod's Rant of the Day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a car.
No, I'm okay.
AppleLeasing.com and experience how easy it is. Find out what happened. Stop these lights and start getting real.
Oh, you got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day. Hold on to your butt.
All right. Longhorn fans, I'm sure some of you have been following Bijan Robinson's exploit in the NFL and trying to watch as many Atlanta Falcons games as you can. If you have, you probably have the same complaint a lot of Falcons fans have had about Arthur Smith, the head coach / play caller of the Falcons, and his usage and utilization of one Bijan Robinson. So a lot of Falcons fans, in case you haven't been paying attention, then let me get you caught up here. A lot of Falcons fans want Arthur Smith straight up fired, simply from the way that he is using/misusing Bijan Robinson. Now, this started a couple of weeks ago when, remember, Bijan Robinson had, basically he was like a late scratch in a game, and then there was a mysterious illness or injury is the reason that he didn't play. And turns out in the second half, that's when they revealed that there was an injury prior to the game, and basically that Bijan wasn't feeling well, and that's why they scratched him late. So a lot of Atlanta Falcons were upset. A lot of Falcons fans were upset about that, and mostly it had to do with fantasy. We've played the audio for you of Arthur Smith addressing the media's questions about that, and him mocking the media's concern, essentially saying, you guys just worried about your fantasy football teams. That's why you're concerned about whether Bijan Robinson is available. But here's another topic that hasn't been hot water. And I'll start off with this one stat that is almost, it's stupefying. And it's an indictment, you could argue, on Arthur Smith as a play caller and as a head coach.
On the Seinfeld set, on the show of Seinfeld. What are we doing?
I agree. When I saw the stat, I went deep diving and then found, like I said, more troubling data to back that up. That's what Falcons fans are with you. They want him fired. They're like, I don't care what his...
Yesterday, losing that game to Joshua Dobbs at home, who just got to the Vikings, that's inexcusable. Yeah. That's an inexcusable loss.
And they wanted him fired before that. Because these stats
cherry on top.
Yeah, some of that stuff goes back before that. They wanted him fired before that because of the way he's using Bijan. And the Kyle Pitts thing, actually, that goes back to last season. But now he got another superstar, freakish athlete you drafted really high, top 10, who you're deciding not to use the closer you get to the touchdown area, to the red zone. The closer you get to the goal line, you decide, I'm not even going to use my most elite and my most versatile offensive weapons. So I went thinking deeper because I know I was like, man, that can't. It's got to be a reason for this. There's got to be a reason this is an outlier. I'll try to find a trend that makes this something that is at least something you can explain, that's something you can justify the reason that Arthur is making these decisions. So carries from inside the 10-yard line this season. And I went and looked at Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson. Tyler Algier's got 10 carries inside the 10-yard line. Bijan Robinson, 2 this season. Falcons. You look at targets inside the 10-yard line this season. Right? Jonnu Smith has got 6 targets.
Joe who?
Jonnu Smith. He's a tight end for.
Joe who?
Yeah, exactly. My bad. You're right. You committed to the bit. He got 6 targets out the 20-yard line. Kyle Pitts got 4. So in the red zone, Jonnu Smith's got more targets than Kyle Pitts. Now, maybe you're saying maybe they're doubling Kyle Pitts and it's single coverage on Jones. That could be true, but your job as an OC, play caller, play designer / coach is find a way to get your best players, especially once you drop in the top 10. And you go look at and I'm thinking to myself, maybe Tyler Algier is having a great season, and Bijan Robinson is having an off season. Not the case at all. I look at missed tackles forced between the 20s. Bijan Robinson leading the NFL in .44 missed tackles forced between the tackles per rush. Jahmyr Gibbs right behind him at .41. Jaylen Warren actually right behind him at .41. Tyler Algier, .13. Missed tackles forced between the 20s per rush.
You're fired.
Yards before contact per rush. Bijan, 1.73. Tyler Algier, 0.30. NFL average, 1.27. Bijan is way above the NFL average with yards before contact per rush. Short yards rushing. This is when 3 yards or fewer to gain to get a first down or to get a touchdown. Bijan Robinson, 17 rushes. He's averaging 5.7 yards per rush in that situation. 65% success rate. That's when you get at least 50% of the yards to gain on first down, 70% of the yards to gain on second down, and 100% of the yards gained on third or fourth down. That's what success rate is based on. And Bijan Robinson, 65% of the time, he has a successful run in short yardage situation. Tyler Algier, he had a 57% success rate. 2.3 yards per rush compared to Bijan Robinson's 5.7 and 23 rushes in short yardage compared to Bijan's 17. I looked at explosive rush percentage of runs that gain 10 plus yards. Tyler Algier, 6.9%. Bijan Robinson, 15.5%. That would be second behind only Raheem Mostert for running backs with at least 100 rushes on the season. I have no idea what Arthur Smith is doing. That's basically the conclusion I gave. I don't know what the hell's going to be fired. You're fired.
Well, I mean, you I mean, it's too obvious. It sounds like Tom Herman, right? When Tom Herman would have Kai Money on the field playing receiver.
Instead of Colin Johnson, instead of Red Zone.
What? This didn't make sense then. We have our reasons. We have the binder. Come on now. Owner's going to look at it and say, we're paying this guy good money. We drafted him 7th overall. And we're not using him. I mean, that's the whole thing. You're going to draft running back in the top 10. You run his wheels off of him.
Exactly.
Get the most out of that rookie contract, and then decide from there. That's malfeasance. That's coaching malfeasance right there. If the LA Angels, Anaheim, or organizational malfeasance, not trading Shohei Ohtani, this is just that. And to lose a game at home when you're already under fire to a Vikings team who had a quarterback playing for them who has never played for them, got there on Tuesday, came in and beat you. It kind of like Tom Herman. It feels like the team starts to lose trust in the coach too. That happens. The players know.
Yeah.
Players know more than anybody.
You don't think the players in the locker room are talking about Bijan Robinson not getting the ball in the red zone?
What are we doing?
And Kyle Pitts not getting the ball in the red zone?
Yeah.
Oh, they're talking about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long this is going to last. And every time Arthur Smith is asked about it by the media, he takes offense to it. And he's very passive aggressive and almost kind of mocks the media and their questions about it. And I'm with you. I wonder how long. Arthur Blank's definitely watching that. And he's definitely paying attention to these same stats. I wonder how long until he comes, from on high and decides, you know what, I'm going to make an executive decision.
I'm not the media there in Atlanta, but he had Derrick Henry when he was the offensive coordinator in Tennessee.
Yeah.
What would Mike Vrabel do if they were taking Derrick Henry off the field when they got down in the red zone? Hey, Arthur, you're fired. What are you doing? Why is this other guy in there? Because remember, Jonnu Smith was with them in Tennessee, too.
That's his guy. I guess, it could have been his guy. Maybe
that's why you can have an offensive coordinator and you have a head coach. The head coach needs to say, hey, what are we doing?
Yep.
All right.
Checks and balances.
We will come back. Good stuff in Rod's rant. We'll also get some Who Said That for the end of this hour, taking you through this Tuesday morning, talking all things Longhorns, all things Big 12 around the country as well. NFL, after 9 weeks, we're getting your thoughts. So took them up on Ian Rod Bay.
Who is it? It's T. It's up to you. You want to do it? You want me to do it? Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about Dr. Greg Eckert and his all-star team. If you have any concerns about your dental health or hygiene, what are you waiting for? You need to reach out to Dr. Greg Eckert and his team right now to take care of your, make sure you're taking care of your oral health. I mean, it's really, really important. Dr. U, that's what we call him, Dr. U, because it's really appropriate because he's all about you. He's all about making sure you get the best quality dental experience and the best quality dental care. You've heard the numerous testimonials from me and on these very airwaves talking about how great Dr. Eckert and his team are. They specialize in easing dental anxiety, in case that's a concern for you. I know I actually get a little paranoid about going to the dentist. I think we all do. But with Dr. Eckert, you don't have to worry about that. They specialize in putting you at ease to relax you, and also in any dental procedure that you may need, right, or want. Whether it's general dentistry, teeth whitening, dentures, porcelain crowns, veneers, dental implants, full mouth reconstruction, even root canal therapy, whatever it takes to make sure you're getting the best quality dental care available. That's what Dr. Greg Eckert and his fantastic team are all about. And he's always on the cutting edge of the technological advances in dental dentistry, to the point where right now he can give you a brand new smile in just one day. I know it sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's just Dr. U. We're talking about no time spent without teeth.
game and having to adjust to defensive adjustments and defensive
trying to do you harm. Defenders trying to do you harm
and make you look dumb.
Yeah,
and Bill Belichick's famous makes you see ghosts.
Yep.
That's the whole job, which makes that very difficult. And so you got that. Josh McDaniels story. He's out in Vegas and they went out and beat up on the Giants on Saturday or Sunday.
Man,
how about the stories that are coming out now that when he felt like he was getting away, they had these. All the top players went to the owner, went straight to Mark Davis, went around this how much they hated Josh. This is the thing about the NFL. These are all adults, right? They've been around a lot of football. They've seen good coaches. They've seen bad coaches. Josh McDaniel was just a wreck.
He was. No question.
And how about he got to this story? There's another piece from The Onion. If you read this in The Onion, you wouldn't believe it. So the current interim coach is Antonio Pierce.
I saw this.
Who took over.
Yeah.
Like, in trying to save his job, Josh McDaniel asked Antonio Pierce to kind of rally the team.
Why would you do it?
Yeah, go to the guy who won a Super Bowl with the Giants and hey, will you rally these guys, get them fired up, let's go. And he did. He went in and talked about the teams he played on with the Giants. And, of course, the teams he played on with the Giants beat the Patriots.
Yep.
So after he rallied the troops, Josh McDaniel scolded Antonio Pierce for bringing up the Patriots.
Don't be talking about my team, man.
Why are you talking about my team?
You're talking about my team.
So he got mad at him after trying to get him to help him.
I'm with you. You couldn't write it. You couldn't write it better. That is just, yeah.
I mean, think about that for a second. Like, what are we doing in Chicago? What are we doing in Arizona? What are we doing with Kyler Murray? I don't know.
I think Mark Davis is better at hiring interim coaches than he is at hiring actual coaches. The interims work out pretty good for him. John Gruden worked out, but Bisaccia was awesome. And Josh McDaniels didn't work out, but Antonio Pierce might win some games for him. I'm with you. It is a fustercluck happening right now with that franchise.
There is some separation now. There are good teams, and then there are bad teams.
And there are good organizations and just bad organizations.
Yeah.
You can be a good team. That means you were good that year. Some organizations are just bad.
Well, and again, I hate
Chicago.
to bring it back to the Cowboys, but that's what we do on this show. Because the Cowboys aren't terrible.
No.
I don't think they're misrun. Look, Jerry Jones has had his cheerleader scandals and his daughter that's from another mother, all that stuff.
The love child.
Plenty of bad press for Jerry, but he runs a pretty sharp organization, a big picture. But it's just they're this close, and he won't get out of the way and hire a GM who may have added a running back this offseason, may have looked at the roster and said, we like our guys, but we need more.
That's on Will McClay too. Will McClay should have done that, man. He could have forced him.
You wonder how much of that's Jerry. I know
that's true.
Jerry has such love and belief for his guys.
He does. He loves his guys. I want to be a Jerry Jones guy one day because he loves me so much.
It's great to be loved like Jerry Jones loves you. It's like how much Lincoln Riley loved Alex Grinch.
For real, when nobody else got your back, I got your back. He's like when Mac Brown loved Greg Davis kind of stuff. Like, hey, it's my dog. It's my dog.
Oh, man.
Every coach has got they one, man. Every coach has got they one. So I'm with you. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the Cowboys didn't do anything. But the thing with the Cowboys that's unfortunate is that they're going to beat every team except the two teams in the NFC that need to beat. And maybe when they play Buffalo, right, I believe, later on this year.
They do in Buffalo, December 17th.
Yeah, so in talking about the NFC, though, because we're talking about them getting to the NFC title game, that's really the big goal for the Cowboys this year. There were two tests so that you can see if you're on the right track, all right, to accomplish the goal this year, get past the divisional round. And you already failed the two tests.
Well, and they couldn't have been more strikingly polar, right? I mean, the Niners game was not competitive.
Yeah, you didn't come up. You didn't
Dak Prescott was a disaster.
Yeah, you didn't show up for that one.
And then in the Philadelphia showdown there, you outplayed the Eagles. You had every opportunity to beat the Eagles. You should have beaten the Eagles, and you didn't.
Exactly. You really did. That's a great point. You had more yards. I want to say they held the Eagles. What
did we say going in? That the Eagles, their defense is the 25th in the league in passer rating percentage against, and Dak threw for 370 yards, and he didn't turn the ball over, and you lost the game.
We held them to 4.9 yards per play and 3.3 yards per rush. That Eagles offense, and you held them to only one rush of 10 plus yards, and you held them to 4 3-and-outs, including 3 3-and-outs on his final drives. And you had 3 3-and-outs on all of his 3 final drives, and yet you couldn't win the game.
Which one's worse? I mean, the loss where you should have won but lost or weren't even competitive against the Niners. I don't know. Because they're both equally frustrating. It's like there's no way. Look at the stat page. Well, people will say it was not on Dak. I don't think it was on Dak. I wouldn't put it all on Dak. But at the same time, you have to score more than 23 points. You just do. Wow. However you have to do it, you got to get the ball across the goal line. And if it's checking the run plays, if it's you running it in, he tried to one time. But at the end of the day, with all those stats, Rod, they had 23 points. And if you told me going in with 23 points beat the Eagles, I probably would have said no.
No.
Probably not.
No way.
Probably not going to beat the Eagles.
It was close, but no. And then on the other side, I mean, listen, Dak outplayed Jalen Hurts in some ways. Jalen Hurts got the win. And that's what counts. You got to get the dub. So for the Cowboys, I know that's the frustrating thing is that the Cowboys, I think, are fixing some of their issues. Still got to fix the running game. I think the offensive line right now, especially with Terrence Steele, I have no idea why Terrence Steele played that bad. He must be hurt. I mean, honestly, I don't think an offensive
We gave up 4 sacks in that game.
Give up 4 sacks, 12 pressures, and 7 quarterback hurries. I think he was hurt or something.
At what point do you get him off the field? I know you're. I mean, that sack that he gave up to Josh Sweat late in the game was really the killer of the game.
He's a liability.
I mean, and the Eagles knew it.
They did. They came after him.
It's like the Longhorns knew it with the right tackles because K-State was rotating right tackles, and the Longhorns were abusing those guys. Whether it was Barron Sorrells, whether it was Ethan Burke, they were coming off that left side and getting it. And once a team knows that,
they're gonna pick at that. They're gonna pick at that weakness as much as they can.
Remember, Cowboy fans were so mad at Jason Garrett back in the day when he left Who was the left tackle in there? He left to give up 6 sacks to one member of the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, yes.
Never helped him. Chaz Green.
Chaz Green.
Gave up 6 sacks to one dude who wasn't even a great pass rusher. Claiborne.
It was Adrian Claiborne. You're right. I remember that. Oh, that was so bad. It's like, as a coach, that's how you know you failed. It's like, it was one guy. It was one guy picked on one guy.
And you can give him help. You can bring a tight end.
You can chip
try somebody else.
Oh.
Guy's not having it today.
Yeah, I agree. That was terrible.
6 sacks. We're doing like it was Eric. This was Bruce Smith or something. Good God.
Yeah, what Von Miller? It's like, dude, it's the best game he's ever had in his football career.
Oh, well, we'll come back. When we do an always fun segment of the program, audio from around the sports landscape and others, it's called Who Said That? We'll tell you next.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now, we did have one reported at Palmer Amherst that's going to be done for Mopac. That's an injury, right? Southbound Frontage, I-35 near APD headquarters there, right? Northeast Drive near 290 crash reports there, too. So, again, we are picking up the collisions. Main lanes, the major thoroughfares, it's still slow. Come down from Palmer to 183 to 290 Texas, 45 Southside, Hayes County delays, Overwood, finally. But onion creek staff is over to save the shot. It's going to be stop and go. Mopac on the north side again slow from the 183 interchange between 22 and recent heading to Mopac. We still have backups there too. There's your traffic.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions. Based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services. Specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, your go-to experts for roofing and solar solutions. You've heard me raving about Divided Sky Roofing and Solar's top-notch roofing services, but did you know they're also your ultimate full-service solar company? After enduring the hottest summer in Central Texas history, we all felt the heat in our wallets. Say goodbye to paying the power company and start paying yourself with a brand-new Timberline solar shingle roof. Divided Sky Roofing and Solar. Visit DividedSkyOffice.com. 512-999.
How long will you be there after the show? Okay, I gotta take a shower and stuff. So we have a meeting downtown, so I was gonna. If not, I'll just record it and can leave it or give it to Patrick. What time does the lease want us there? 12:45, Rod. Yeah, just leave your thing open and the board up, and I'll come record that Underdog and then the 3 other orchards. I would guess noon 15. I got a shower and stuff. Didn't do that this morning.
Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our
show any leaks or have any eye-watering smells coming from it, it doesn't mean your septic system still may not be working well. Plumbing your septic tank can help improve the efficiency of your system, but you're gonna need an expert.
And that's why Hambone Plumbing is proud to announce Hambone Septic Pumping.
The same great company now offering even more services.
How do you get your septic system at proper working levels? Rita?
Call Hambone, 512-388-7030, HambonePlumbing.com.
Watch number M12400 and TCEQ 6366.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment, the #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience in the U.S. The first of the lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now, participating dealers, Kubota compact tractor for 0 down, 0%.
All right, so I sent you like 3 clips. That you don't have to play. One was like there are 2 of them that are really long, like close to 2 minutes. You don't have to play the whole thing. We can cut it off after like, you know, a little after a minute or so, or I can tell you when to cut it off. Okay. Yeah.
I sent you what I wanted, and we'll go with the first one first. It's short, very short. So maybe we'll start with that.
Six-figure income with almost half the money saved. You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, saving a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401k mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhD that I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track to 50 money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-231-9595. That's 1-800-231-9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
Or text line as blue. Join the conversation on the new or text line 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776. You got to keep living, man. L-I-V-I-N-E, Rod E. On the whole.
Who Said It audio from around the sports landscape and maybe outside of it sometimes that we try to decide who said it, and you can play along with the text line 512-447-3776. I've got one for you, Rod.
Give it to me.
Who said this on Sunday after a big game?
I have no idea what that is.
That's Jalen Petrie talking about his guy, C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
He cold.
I like that. He cold. No vest. We said they did a veggie. What did he call it?
Play that again. That's Jalen Petrie talking about C.J. Stroud. It'll make a little more sense now.
Wow. A veggie meter. That's funny. All right, here you go. Another little clip here for Who Said That? He knows up, Ty. All right, that's enough of it. All right, who was that? Who said that?
That's Washington State head coach Jake Dickert.
That is, yes.
Jake Dickert.
Keeping it real about NIL, too.
Well, he's not, because they're not moving to the Big Ten.
He's like, and you know what? He's telling you that the schools are cheating, though, too, if you catch it. He says the guys are telling us what they're getting.
Yeah.
How would they know what they're getting unless they're already on campus? You can't get NIL until you get on campus and you're officially a student athlete. So he's telling you that guys,
plausible deniability, Rod. We didn't tell him. We said, here's what some guys.
No. He's telling you that the guys that he's recruiting are telling him what he's getting. Like USC's offering me this, or Washington's offering me this. He's telling you, we know what the guys are getting because they're telling us. How would he know that while they're being recruited? He's not tampering and finding out information. He knows that in recruiting, they're already saying, I'm getting $50,000 a year from this school. How do you know that in recruiting? Because that's illegal. That's against NCAA rules.
Well, what I'm saying is
he threw that in there. Most people didn't catch that. That's what he's trying to do.
I heard it. Well, what I'm going to tell you is that the other coach is going to say, no, we're not. We're just telling him what recruits of his caliber are getting right now on our campus. And then they share it that way. They have to be. You'd be dumb not to.
Yeah,
that's the recruiting hedge that they do.
Yes.
They say, we had this guy come in last year and he's making this much money already.
Yes.
That's the same way of saying that's what we're going to offer you, but we can't say we're offering you that. But this is what players of your ilk are making on our campus right now.
It's like the Pancake Factory.
Yeah.
You can say offensive lineman
Sure.
making $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
But trust me, when he said it, he's talking about recruit telling him,
Yeah, I get it.
I'm being offered this.
My only argument would be if you go back and ask the other coaches, they'd probably say, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, but
we're saying this.
I've heard enough interviews with coaches that all reference that, so they all admit that.
We need some oversight. Good luck. I mean, ask Nick Saban. Speaking of him, this isn't who said that. This is you already gonna know who this is, but I'm playing this for Steve Sarkisian at this point. Can I play this?
Okay.
Because I've said it, and I'm going to say it again the next 3 weeks and then the next 4 weeks, Rod. Who said this with Pat McAfee earlier this week?
A lot of people are going for it on 4 down. They talk about analytics. You got this percentage chance to make it on this down and distance on 4 down, so it's worth going for it. But what the analytics really don't tell you is what happens when you don't make it. Those consequences are pretty significant sometimes too, especially when you don't take care of it.
Even if it's 50%, there's still 20%. 20%'s a lot. I need to hear 100 or nothing or 99.1% to make my decision just strictly on that. So is that not an accurate? Do you feel the same way?
The 20% to use your analogy that you don't make it. That's the same as a turnover. Because you're actually giving the ball away just like you call it. But what is the significance of a turnover? If you do a statistical analysis of a turnover in a game, it's probably about 3.5 points. That's the value of a turnover. That 20% failure rate is probably equal to 3.5 points. And depending on where you do it on field, especially if you do it in your own territory, it probably is significantly higher.
There you go. There you go. Who said that, Rod?
Nick Saban said, but I mean, yeah, my brain hurts just trying to think about all the kind of mental gymnastics they're doing there. Listen, if you don't believe in analytics that strongly, you don't have to. I mean, D'Amico Ryans was asked, does he care about, the advanced metrics? He said, I just watch film. I watch the film, and I go up what the film tells me. I'm really not into EPA and DVOA and success rates and all that. I watch film on Football Guy.
Yeah.
So not everybody's into it. You should have someone on your staff who is a dedicated data scientist, I believe. But you as a coach don't have to be all into it. You should go off your gut. Even Sark said, I go off my gut.
No, I get that.
He said, I go off my gut. So you should have a little mix, gut and analytics.
Don't disagree.
Yeah.
I just think I'm with Saban that more often than not, kick the field goal, take your 3 points, don't give the ball away. You're going to be better off. And that would be my argument to Sark, who goes for it a lot.
Well, if your red zone offense is as bad as his,
Yes.
yes, that's probably the way to go. If he had an average red zone offense, then maybe you could argue going for a 4th down is better, more advantageous to you. But when you're 120th in the country in touchdown percentage in the red zone, you need them points. Take them points.
Take them points.
Take them points. Take them, man. Take them.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
And, if it's worth 3.5 points statistically and you take your 3 points, take your 3 points.
Hey, take them 3, baby. Two of them 3, that adds up to 6.
Also throws momentum on the other sidelines.
Something
It's
you
like getting a
cannot
turnover.
quantify. Yeah, you can't quantify that. And Sark has done that a couple times. Give life to the opposing
Yes.
team.
Take them points, Sark. Take them points.
Giving them points.
Bert Auburn is very trustable right now.
He's playing well.
Nailing them field goals. He was one of the heroes of Saturday. We come back.
All right.
Well, the fabulous fifth hour is in view. We're going to hit it. Coming back, that will include another trip behind the burnt orange curtain, some what's popping to get you ready for your busy Tuesday. And the college football playoff rankings are out tonight. What can we expect? Let's hook them up with Ian Rodby.
Got a little issue on the 12-130 southbound South Highway 29. This is the Round Rock area. So minor backup in Liz. Checking further south, finally some progress being made. It's still slow, folks, on I-35, 183 to the next. Northbound Hayes County delay is finished, but slow advancing over St. Chavez on South Yoke. Loop 360 Capital Texas Highway heading towards 2222 did have a crash reported in that area earlier. And now we're direction currently working 17th and Brazos, all the 7th and Shady Lane, Palmer and Amherst, and moving near Mopac and southbound frontage of I-35. Right near 8th Street, also Northeast Drive near 290. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
As we transition into cooler days, it's time to prepare for winter with Pinnacle Propane. Introducing our winter prep offer with savings up to $175 on your next bill. Don't wait. Visit PinnaclePropane.com or call us today at 830-693-4383 and stay warm all winter while saving with Pinnacle Propane. To help you prepare even more, you'll have a chance to win a portable backup home generator and a Carhartt gift certificate. Pinnacle Propane, your trusted partner for all your propane needs.
A Thanksgiving Day feast is waiting for you at Kalahari Resorts and Conventions. The Thanksgiving Celebration Buffet features roasted turkey, herb-crusted prime rib, garlic mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, candied yams, and so much more. Plus, a dessert station and live music. Thanksgiving will be served from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Convention Center. Carve out some time to make your loved ones feel at home this Thanksgiving Day at Kalahari. Advance reservations are encouraged. Book yours now at KalahariResorts.com.
Window Nation, star of Window Nation Replacement, and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings.
Right now, it's the perfect time to do it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay no interest for 5 full years. You can fill your home with the most energy-efficient windows on the market.
Fill your home with energy-efficient windows or customized authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey. All supplies last. You can even help build a Cowboys house, win tickets to a game.
Call 866-90-NATION or visit windowNation.com/Cowboys for more details.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's handmade vodka. Back in the 90s, we got a dream bigger than our own state. Grit, determination, and heart. We broke ground on the first group of distillery in Mississippi. Today, in the center of the craft spirit movement, we're still Texas made and Texas owned. Our copper caps line shelf, and we fill glasses with the sweetest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like peanuts. 4% alcohol volume and
Brought to you by Audio Visual Consultations and Tom McKay, real smart guys who never make you feel stupid.
You're listening to KTAEAM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock.
We are
the Horn. Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Carol's Cafe and Cantina Hotline. The Carol's now delivered and offers curbside pickup for info on
Hey, T.Y. Ty. Fabulous fifth hour starts with some shiny ribs. Hey, by the way, on Manning Cast last night, did Arnold Schwarzenegger really have a donkey?
Yeah, he has a pet donkey.
Huh.
Yeah. He's a big animal lover. Schwarzenegger's a big animal guy.
Looks like maybe a mini donkey. You know, miniature donkeys.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Donkeys are mean.
They are mean. Yeah.
It's not really a pet I would want to have. Maybe a mini mule.
Yeah.
Mules are great animals. By the way, I always argued this because I was around mules. Those are donkeys, horse bred, and they work forever. Workhorses, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
Work mules.
That's what the Cowboys
That's why
need.
you want them on the ranch there.
Workhorse.
They live a long time. They're not real temperamental, whereas donkeys are super smart, so they're temperamental.
That's why you get donkeys kind of guard. They'll fend off other threats.
Donkeys are ornery.
Right? Yeah.
Well, and that's because they're smart and
Yeah.
they're super smart animals, and they know what you want them to do, and so they're not going to do it.
So I'm not gonna do it.
Kind of like your kids.
Kind of like cats. That's why I'm not a big cat fan. Cats are like,
I'm not doing that.
Cat's like, nah, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. That's why you can't.
Cat will be a you know what all day, and then all of a sudden wants you to pet it.
That's why I love dogs, because dogs are task oriented, and they like to have purpose.
And they're very simple.
So you give a dog purpose. You can be a CNI dog, or you can be a bomb sniffing dog, cadaver dog. Dogs, they want a purpose. A cat is like, no, I'm going to do what I want to do. Your purpose is not my purpose, okay? All right? That's why dogs are loyal. Cats are not as loyal. Cats are loyal themselves. That's why cats don't hang out with homeless people. But dogs will.
Cat will move on.
Cat's like, nah, I'm good. This is family over here. I'm about to go shack up with them, hang out in their backyard.
Dogs are a man's best friend.
Dogs are loyal too. Dogs are loyal to death. A cat is not loyal to death. Cat's like, nah, I'm good.
Our man Dale says it was a full-size mule, a full-size donkey. Eli named it Peyton. Then Arnold never came back after the first commercial break.
Well, because donkey probably went off. The donkey went donkey on him.
Donkeys are mean. Don't make me tell you the Nunley story. Good Lord.
Oh, there's a story about a donkey?
No, we're not doing that.
Okay, I don't.
Donkeys are the number one deterrent of coyotes. That's a fact.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're good if you got predators that are like.
Yeah, but it's like in your house. You're on the Manning cast. What's this donkey doing in your living room?
I'm sure he's got state out there. So the donkey's got his own space to roam and everything. Yeah, I'm sure he's got lots of space out there wherever he lives.
Got all kinds of pets. Remember when he had to tell his wife he was sleeping with the housekeeper?
Yeah.
That didn't go well for him.
That was unfortunate, too, because, man, that's how you know it was convenience. Because you seen the housekeeper?
I did. I looked like the donkey.
It's like, oh, exactly. You're like, Arnold, what are you doing? Well, yeah, come on, man. You're just lazy, Arnold. You want to cheat? Have some standards, okay? Get out there. You're Arnold Schwarzenegger, for God's sakes. What are you doing? Cheat, come on. End up having a love child out of that thing, too, right?
I believe so. That's why you had to tell.
Yes, that's why it came out. That was a funny story. Yeah, if you're going to risk it all, guys.
Well, remember.
You're going to risk it all. Make it worth it.
Well, remember, but that was the coup de grace for Tiger Woods, if you remember. If you remember that sordid story of Tiger Woods.
That sordid story.
That he, remember after it all came out and then he did the mea culpa and he admitted he was a sex addict and then he had to tell his wife about all of it. And went to the clinic or whatever, or the rehab center. Mm-hmm. Came back, did the press conference, and then the story came out that he had been with their nanny.
Yeah,
it was like watching their kids.
That was a thing though, because there was like a lot of Hollywood celebrities that came out. They was also with nannies. Remember this?
Yeah.
It was like 2 or 3 of them.
Somehow it came out, and then he hadn't told her about that one because he knew it would have cut her deepest. Like this is the lady that watches the kids.
Yeah, she knew.
You know how that goes when she's the one talking, watching the kids.
Man.
When that came out, that's when it was over, and that's when she filed for divorce.
She's like, you got no moral compass at all.
Tiger knew enough; he couldn't tell her that one.
Yeah,
he could share a lot. He couldn't share that one.
And it's like, and I kind of get the woman on there. It's like, okay, listen, you got the world at you. You're Tiger freaking Woods. Okay, you probably go to any city, major city, country, and you could be fighting them off with a stick. Did you have to bang the nanny in the house? Did you? You got a problem there. Okay, you have to bang the nanny. You can bang any of these other women.
No, I don't know if it was in the house. I do think it was outside of the house.
Oh, we're talking about the bang.
But
the nanny.
still, the lady,
the nanny that lives with them,
the woman who takes care of our children.
Come on,
Tiger.
man.
Our children, Tiger.
Come on, man, Tiger.
Yeah,
that was a thing though for a while. Remember all these celebrities who got caught like banging the nanny? Ben Affleck got caught banging the nanny. Jude Law got caught banging the nanny. Of course, we talked about Schwarzenegger. Ethan Hawke was banging the nanny. Robin Williams banging the nanny. Mick Jagger accused of banging the nanny. I mean, these guys. Listen, don't get hot nannies. Well, don't even get an ugly one if you look at that. But still.
That didn't seem to stop Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Was she a nanny or a housekeeper?
Yeah, but the living housekeepers in Hollywood, they kind of do a lot of everything.
They do it all. Yeah.
Change some diapers where you need it. Clean the house.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know you get the sex addiction thing with Tiger, but I would say I have yet to. There's some afflictions that are mostly synonymous with celebrity lifestyle. Like when people they check into a hospital for exhaustion. Like celebrities do that. Like, I'm exhausted. You're exhausted. But you ain't taken to a hospital for it. You know what I mean? And I would say that most sex addiction is a celebrity thing. Most of the sex addicts that are known are celebrities. And you don't know a lot of regular folks.
Yeah, because they do weird things.
Sex addicted. I'm sure there are sex addicts who are just gen pop, but they just deal with it. They're like, I got to deal with my sex addiction. I got to deal with it.
Well, we have better help.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to go to a clinic for it. There are some things that gen pop has got to deal with. Like, man, you got to deal with sex addiction on your own. Some of you people out there listening probably like, am I sex addicted? Maybe you are.
Ooh.
Yeah, because they got money and live in Westlake. That's my point. I'm
Yeah.
getting back to kind of my point. I love you, but you're proving my point. Thank you, Todd.
Because they can afford to go to a
exactly
to
somebody
psychiatrist who will diagnose them with that.
Yes, poor people like no. I guess I was self-diagnosed myself. I'm horny all the time. I guess I'm a sex addict. Like no, that's like you got to have money to get diagnosed with that and get the help you need. That's my point. But BetterHelp, shout out BetterHelp.com/the home.
I think this wasn't a. You can be.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't affect the gen pop. But I'm talking about the diagnosis and treatment is usually some people who are affluent to get
They can afford.
Like
Hello.
yeah, like I would love to get checked. I would love to check into a hospital for exhaustion. I would love it. I won't ever do it in my life. Don't ever have the resource to do it all the time.
Maybe one day you win the lottery or something.
Exactly.
Take a vacation.
Your wife's exhausted. Have she ever checked into a hospital for exhaustion? No.
I will say that my favorite Hollywood, not my favorite, the oddest Hollywood, this wasn't an addiction. Remember from the show Entourage, the Ari Gold character, Jeremy Piven?
Oh, yeah, he's great.
When he got diagnosed with a life-threatening mercury poisoning alert because he was eating too much sushi. And he almost died.
Hold on, we talking about on the show or in real life?
No, real life.
In real life?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of sushi.
He had to drop out of a Broadway show that he was on because he had a elevated mercury condition.
Did he say how much sushi he was consuming?
He said
like on a week or
he said
day?
the only protein I got for 20 years was fish.
Oh, it's like that's addiction.
He ate sushi at least twice a day. Kind of thought I was doing the right thing. As soon as I heard this, I stopped fish altogether.
What did I say? Start off the show. Full circle. What did I say, E? Everything in moderation, including moderation. Even your healthy
Including
habits.
sushi.
You need to do that in moderation, man. Too much healthy stuff will also be bad for you. It's just the truth.
Hey,
Moderation, baby.
We're going to get behind the burn orange curtain coming up. Fabulous
Love
Fifth
that.
Hour is here. Can I
Start talking about random
Because
stuff.
the music I asked you to find, Ty, have you ever done this, Rod? This is maybe something you haven't done. I will confirm I've done a lot. Have you ever done the chicken dance?
What is the chicken dance?
You never done the chicken dance? Like at a wedding, like a white person's wedding?
Oh, yeah, I've seen white people do this. Yes, I've heard them. Yes. I don't do it, but I've seen it.
That's what happened at your place.
Well, I've seen people do it, but I don't participate. But I've seen it, though. It's very silly and fun.
It's a kid. You normally do it like elementary school.
Yeah.
You teach kids to do it. Then for whatever reason, we do it at a white Irish Catholic wedding. I don't know. I don't know. It is a polka.
Yeah.
It's a polka theme, but it's the chicken dance.
Yeah,
it is. It started last weekend.
We do like the Harlem Shuffle, and we do stuff.
We do that too. What's the one that
we do Cupid Shuffle?
Ellen DeGeneres used to come into?
Yeah,
They do that one.
We do that something like
Well, the reason I have Ty play this is if you have a favorite NFL player and you like chicken sandwiches, Rod.
Oh yeah, love chicken sandwiches, man. It's not to love.
You ever been to Shake Shack?
I've been to Shake Shack. They got one on is it South Lamar where Shake Shack is, and also.
Yeah, there's one right over here in South Park Meadows.
Yeah, there's one over there.
This is working for them. This is a marketing scheme for them, and it's working because I'm mentioning it at least on this show.
Well, already done.
But for Week 10 in the NFL, if an NFL player, after scoring a touchdown, does a chicken dance, Shake Shack has announced they're going to give a free chicken sandwich to everyone in America.
Damn, that's brilliant. Damn, that's brilliant. So you're going to have
good for this
doing
Sunday's
chicken
games
dance.
only.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. I'm not going to lie. That's great marketing. That, you know what? Kudos to Shake Shack.
I don't think of chicken sandwiches with Shake Shack.
I don't either. I think it's
Now I do.
But there you go. Chicken, but it's great because they got to pay for free sandwiches, of course. But it's going to get people like you or potentially people who don't go to Shake Shack.
They're going to be hitting up all the players on Instagram. Hey, man, do the chicken dance.
Do the chicken dance. So it's like this interactive.
You got to hit up Christian McCaffrey. He scored a touchdown in 17 straight games.
It's an interactive marketing campaign. Just the free media they're going to get on social media off, like you said, fans hitting up their favorite players saying, hey, do chicken dance when you score today. And made it worth it all right there. I don't know how much it's going to cost them, but it made it worth it right there.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, man.
Very smart,
money.
Shake Shack. And I will admit, as I sit here today, hand on the hardwood here, I've never stepped foot in a Shake Shack.
I've had it twice. It's not bad. It's not. I don't know.
I don't have an aversion to it. I just have never found myself in a Shake Shack. Ty, you're more the fast food connoisseur. Are you ever been to Shake Shack? It sounds like it's a low price too, as far as that goes. Ooh, date spot. So why? What do you mean by that? It's a little nicer than your average fast food place?
I think that's what he means.
Oh, okay. I do like Hop Dottie.
I think Hop Dottie's
I would never
different.
wait in a long line for a hamburger, but
Hop Dottie's more a gourmet burger And I know Shake Shack consists of a gourmet burger. Cause like, right? Cause like,
Are the shakes good?
that's a good question. Okay. Okay. I like Hop Daddy. I like Hop Daddy. I'm a Hop Daddy guy.
Hop Duddy.
I'm a Hop Daddy fan.
I've been to one on South Congress, of course, but also went to a Hop Dottie out in Phoenix, Scottsdale area when we were out there covering the Super Bowl. And
Okay,
they've
yeah.
got good fries. I do know that.
Hop Daddy. Yeah, they got the fries in the queso.
Oh yeah.
They got fries in queso, which I don't know
So
why more
Shake
people don't
Shack,
do
if you
fries
can
in
get
queso.
you can get your favorite NFL player to do a chicken dance.
It's brilliant.
And it's a good point, Ty, with the polka. It is Worst Fest season. Worst Fest has begun down in New Braunfels. And I need to check in with our guy Ty Harrington, who he's always invited me to come down. He lives right to where you can walk over to Worst Fest and walk home.
Oh, nice.
Which is the more important part. You don't have to worry about
Yeah, I'm
parking.
about to say, hey, you're responsible. You can drink as much as you want.
Yeah.
Walk home. There you go.
Do you drink beer out of a pitcher, Ty? You do the whole thing.
You dress up. What do you wear? Oh, nice.
Oh, it's a party, man. You were Andy Lederhosen? Nice. What is your modus of getting there and back? That's always my concern. It's a long way. Oh, I'm sure that goes well. At least it's safe and smart of you. It's a mature thing to do. But it is fun. I don't know that I've never talked to anyone who went to Worst Fest and didn't say that's among the best times I've had.
Yeah.
It's a good
I'm
time.
agree with you on that, actually. And it's an all weekend festival?
It's a month long, about 3
Month-long
weeks. I
festival,
think it
okay.
started this last Friday, and it goes on. You can go down there in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got German heritage stuff going on, booths, and of course at night it just becomes a drink fest. The darker it gets, the nice.
That's legit.
Nice, yeah, that's cool. And
Check it out.
we need to check out. Ty, you and I need to hit up Ty Harrington because he lives right there, downtown New Braunfels. You can walk over. And went to his house. He's got like 1 million Worst Fest cups. He uses those for his tumblers, like his cups in his house that he's brought over from Worst Fest.
Hey, I
over
love
here.
it. No doubt.
That's good stuff right there. New Braunfels is a cool place, blowing up down there.
I've heard great things about New Braunfels.
I would also say that can I give props to
Let's do it.
the folks at Texas State, Coach G.J. Kinney, Athletic Director Don Coryell, and the president of the university. They fulfilled a promise last night. They went down. You ever been to the river there in San Marcos, Rod? The road right through campus.
Oh, yes, beautiful.
Where ladies hang out and sun themselves and that kind of stuff. And you get on your tube right there by the Coliseum, the Strand Coliseum. They said if we get to bowl eligibility, we'll jump in the river. Last night, all three
saw
jumped
that.
in the river.
Oh, that's what I saw that actually
Yeah.
on social media. I wasn't sure what it was. I just see that.
Pretty cool. I mean, speaking of good marketing, they're trying to get bigger crowds. G.J. Kinney's put a good product on the field down there.
a good product,
They're 6-3. They had a big win over Georgia Southern last weekend after a disappointing loss at home the week before. But he is the right fit there. And even the president, a full suit, came down from the ivory tower and jumped into the
That's so
and then Don Coryell, a good friend of mine, followed him in, and then here came G.J. Kinney. Students were all excited about it. So you're just same thing as Shake Shack. You're creating bonds with your fan base and living up to your bets. And yes, you and I will live up to our bet, Rod. With,
yes, we will pay off that
Are we
bet.
going to do it when we get back in the studio? We may just have to do it here. I
We
don't know
may
when
have
we're moving in.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I was trying to wait till we got back to the studio, and then maybe it would be, I don't know, it's a bit better visually. But I mean, we got the cameras here, so we could do it. I mean, I'll order the mask, and then we'll set a date.
I have to wear a full Texas Rangers uniform,
Yeah, you
hat,
got a
eye
lot.
black,
You
gloves, wristband. I'm going to look like Dusty Baker.
You're gonna have that's a lot, man. You're going to get up early just to get dressed.
Yeah, it's okay. Cleats,
Right.
blue
You're gonna
cleats.
wake up early just to get dressed.
Yeah,
And I
I'll pull
think
it off.
It would be considered funnier if we didn't have your house provides us with seclusion for it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go hit some bad practice with Ty after that.
That's what I'm
or
saying.
something.
That's why I thought going to the office would be better because at least we'd have to go out in public a little bit. People are like, what the hell? What the hell is that guy wearing? That's kind
Get
of
in
weird.
the elevator.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
I want part of the humiliation factor. That's part of the bet. So I think coming here, it's kind of cheating.
It
You
is.
get your house.
What do you think, Ty? Do you think we should wait till we get back in studio, or what should we do here? Because the World Series is now in the rear view mirror. That was the bet when the Astros here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, maybe we'll do it next
maybe
week.
we'll do it next week.
I get all that. We'll get it all together. We'll figure it out where we're at. And I will still, when the show's over, Ty, come see you, and we'll head over to HEB or something, walk around. Nice. You've been tossing off with your roommate. I love it.
Hold up. Are you going to pitch to E?
He's going to bean me. It's going to be like
that's going to be
it's
great.
like Jose Abreu.
I can't wait for that. That's actually going to be pretty good.
I'll get the bat out and start swinging it. While you toss off with your roommates, I'll go ahead and start, working on the bat cage.
Nice.
I'll get that going. All right, so there's some fun, fabulous fifth hour conversations that can only happen in the fabulous fifth hour or not. Try to get to them all where.
Damn it. Sure.
We're also talking Longhorns, of course, and you'll hear Sark coming up and behind the burnt orange curtain, I believe. The health of the team. Sark said yesterday pretty clearly, for the first time in more than a month, everybody practiced.
Everybody.
And as a player, Rob, what does that mean to you that they're at least practicing on a Monday? That they're out there, because if they're practicing, that means they're not in treatment, right?
If they're practicing, that means they're on track to play. Now, maybe that track for some guys is this upcoming weekend versus TCU. Maybe for some other guys, that track's a little slower, and their track is, Iowa State coming up.
Yeah.
But it means they're on track for this stretch run for Texas that likely before the Big 12 title game, if, knock on some wood here, if they don't have any other major injuries, they'll have all their guys back right before the Big 12 title game, which is ideally when you want to be at your best, to be peaking
and the
at
fact
the right
that
time.
you've managed to win these, end of the edge of the cliff games, these cliffhangers, to get yourself here. And now could you get healthy? And I mentioned this. Our friend Anwar Richardson over at OrangeBuds.com has a story today that he was told that there's a 75% chance that Quinn's going to play in this game on Saturday.
Yeah, there you go. That's beautiful.
His story this morning that he dropped says, I checked with a source about Quinn Ewers on Tuesday morning and told there was a 75% chance that Ewers will play against TCU Saturday. He wants to win the Natty, I was told. He loves this team. Clearly, there was a 25% chance that he won't play. So, obviously, here's that sounds like to me, if that's accurate. And Anwar does great work, so no reason to believe. He's got deep sources. But if all tracks well this week, there's a good chance he plays, right? There could be a setback at any point, right? You could, something could happen because he's out there practicing. He's out there throwing the ball around. That would be a good report for Texas. I mean, it sounds to me that if things track well, then maybe by Thursday, Friday, he's taking the first team reps, Rod, and he's getting ready to play in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when Sark,
and we had cut from Sark saying that it's up to him at this point. I mean,
which means about pain
tolerance.
Tolerance is going to be a big issue.
Yes.
I think that's kind of what they're looking at this weekend. That's hard to judge actually in practice because you don't get hit in practice. He won't get hit in practice. Nobody will come close to him.
That's right.
So that pain tolerance is really about how much risk you're willing to take in the game because that's when he's actually going to get hit for the first time and be able to judge that pain. Nobody's going to be hitting on him. It's going to be just all treatment.
Well, and obviously TCU's very aware of the situation.
And they're coming after.
They're coming after.
And,
TCU's not great in a lot of stats in the Big 12, but they are fourth in sacks.
Yeah. And listen, if you come after him, even if I'm not going to sack him, I need to hit him. So I'm coming after him just so when he does throw, I can still bang on him. I can still bang on that shoulder, bang on that
and the last thing you want to do
is
re-injure the guy. He's almost ready, and then all of a sudden you got this game and then three more.
And I wouldn't doubt if this is all misinformation for Sark to force TCU to have to, prepare for two quarterbacks. That's the game plan for two quarterbacks. And even if you end up just starting Malik or starting Quinn, you still have forced them to operate at a disadvantage because they have split their practice time, meeting time in half, prepare for two quarterbacks. So it could just be gamesmanship too, but I think it's something to it. I'm with you. I think Anwar is probably in the old money. I think Quinn takes it down the practice.
field goal or we're punting.
Yep. It's always good to kick at the end of a drive.
And then the smart-ass player could say, well, then, Coach, why do we keep going for it on fourth down?
Yeah.
Red zone. I'm just kidding.
No, it's a good question, though.
But that's those old
Good
coaching
question.
cliches that I remember. Hey,
That is a good
we
one.
want to kick.
Yep.
We're either going to kick an extra point, we're going to kick a field goal, or we're going to punt.
And nothing wrong with punting.
Nothing's wrong with punting. With our defense,
There are worse things in punting, and it's turnovers.
yes.
Turnovers on downs count too, Coach.
Yes.
That's you too, Coach.
So, we'll get closer. And you're right about the subterfuge that could be going on where Sark wants Sonny Dykes to be thinking about it. But, Sonny's going to prepare for all the quarterbacks.
Yes, he
You
will.
know that.
Yeah,
They're going to be preparing for Malik, and they'll be prepared for Quinn. And, all right, so we'll get ready. We'll hear Sark coming up more in our Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain segment. This kid says, you guys should make a video-like Sports Center commercial. Well, maybe by the way, when we do the uniform and the mask, we got to have Jacob, our digital producer, come, and we got to do a video.
No, of
sure,
course.
especially of me at the HEB.
Yeah, because I would say your outfit's going to be pretty elaborate. It's like, I would like that, actually. That would be good.
I'll get the tee work right.
Somebody's going to get hurt.
It's all about the tee. I got to get the tee out.
He's going to get hurt trying to swing away, or Ty's going to get hurt trying to throw some heat. I don't know which one's going to
Get my
happen.
right bat ready.
Oh.
That's right.
Nice. I like this. I like where this is going. I'm all about it. All
right, we'll come back. Thanks for everybody that's letting us know that apparently on the YouTube channel and on Twitch maybe, I sound like Tyler Coe. I've got 2 octaves too low. Rod, yours all good. I don't know what's going on with my audio versus yours, but but on the app and on the radio station, it all sounds good. But this one says, hit the Afrin, take half a shot of whiskey. One thing. Listen, we're just talking about the affluent and how they can be diagnosed with things. But look, BetterHelp and your mental health is not anything to joke about. And that's what I said when we were talking about. BetterHelp is here for us. BetterHelp has been designed for men, their program. Especially men who listen to the Horn, listen on the Horn app, watch our YouTube channel. And we know coming into the holidays can be some of the most stressful times, right? It's the end of the year. Work can be stressful. Home can be stressful. Bills, inflation, all these things. And all you're trying to do is just be that mule, that plow mule, and get it all done. Keep your head down, go to work. But obviously that leads to stresses. That leads to emotional anxiety. That leads to maybe sleepless nights where you're just, your head's running. And that's where, counseling can help you. It absolutely can. Don't think that it's a weakness to seek help, to talk talk to somebody, therapy can absolutely be a bright spot amid the stress and all the changes going on. Something to look forward to, something to make you feel grounded, essentially just somebody to talk to and give you feedback and just get out what's going on in your brain that's running around. Those racing thoughts. BetterHelp gives you a great place and a safe place to do that, to get out the negative thoughts and cycles and some emotional peace potentially on the other side. It's a team of unique online professionals specializing in helping us men understanding the unique struggles we face, including time. Like, I know you may be thinking, that sounds great, but when am I going to do that? Well, BetterHelp is designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. You do it from your home or your office. You just fill out a brief questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist that's a good match for you. You can switch those therapists anytime for no additional charge, and all you have to do is go to the website, BetterHelp.com/thehorn, BetterHelp.com/thehorn. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp and BetterHelp.com/thehorn today. If you use that promo code with the /thehorn, you're going to get $10 off your first month of BetterHelp. Give it a try today. It could be the emotional peace you're looking for. BetterHelp.com/thehorn. I'll keep an eye on the newswire today and tomorrow with the Big Ten situation. I told you that the Big Ten Conference has sent a letter. This is a legal formality, but they've informed Michigan that they're likely about to get punished in some regard. I mean, that's part of the deal. They've got to tell them in a letter form that punishment could be coming for the university or employees within the football program. We'll see what that means, but that step has been taken. Remember last week the Big Ten and their coaches and some ADs had a conference call in which they urged the Big Ten to act now, to do something decisive in real time, because there's enough information, evidence that there was sign stealing happening versus other conference teams, which is outside the sportsmanship parameters of the conference's bylaws. And so don't wait, do something now. It's going to end up in court, Rod. We know that. And Michigan will lawyer up big. Jim Harbaugh will lawyer up. And as I said, but I do think it's the right decision for Tony Petitti. He'll take heat from Michigan fans, but the other 13 or 15 teams in the conference will be praising him and their fan bases for doing something to protect them. Because if this is indeed happening, it's happening against Big Ten teams for the most part. And there, you would argue if it's sophisticated enough and deep enough, it's giving Michigan an unfair advantage against their opponents, blatantly breaking rules that are on the books. If that's already been found, I have no problem with it, and then let the lawyers take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think right now everybody's kind of waiting to see if the NCAA. It looks like the Big Ten is ready. This I think is ready to take some action and to make a statement, not make a statement literally, release a statement, but make a statement about how the conference feels about these allegations and in this investigation. But the NCAA takes their time, they move at a glacier-like pace, and I'm not sure where they are in their investigation, and that could potentially help out the Michigan lawyers and giving them an excuse because they may just scream due process as to the reason why they filed an injunction.
Yeah, they're going to run for an injunction for sure. I just think we know how the NCAA works, and by their own rules, if they sent Michigan a finding of fact that was this is what our investigation uncovered, Michigan would have 90 days from that day of letter receipt to respond. Well, that's 3 months, Rod. Season's long over by then.
Exactly.
I think what the Big Ten leaders are asking for and the coaches are, let's do something now.
Yeah.
Let's not wait till this is over. Jim Harbaugh very well be off the NFL. They may win the national championship, and that'd be fine. But we need something done now. If we found this evidence, if it's there, and it's been happening against our teams in our conference, and it's an unfair advantage, what are we waiting on? What are we waiting on? Let's go ahead and act, and then let it sort out from there. I would assume if something comes down this week, because there is some talk that Jim Harbaugh will be suspended, well, he's going to lawyer up, get the injunction. He'll coach the game against Penn State pending the injunction and the hearings, and this ends up in court.
Yeah, because the Michigan ultimately is going to claim is that Jim Harbaugh only knew he didn't know of the entire the operation. He didn't know about the sophisticated systemic operation. He may have knew about Connor Stallions on the staff, and that Connor Stallions was, may have been, engaging in some activity. And I think they'll try to distance Jim Harbaugh from, the scale of the operation. Over 2 years, going to opponents' games, hiring, actually, paying other staff members to buy ticket and to observe different, team signs from both sides of the stadium. I think if they can connect Connor Stallions' activities to knowledge of Jim Harbaugh, that's the key. If not, they'll try to claim that Jim Harbaugh, hey, I knew Connor Stallions, but I didn't know he was this crazy.
Yeah, I just think that even the photo and video evidence makes that hard to believe.
It does.
Because Connor Stallions is
on
standing
sideline.
on the sidelines talking to coordinators.
Exactly.
You cannot, that doesn't pass the smell
Well, you
test.
could just say, I thought he was an insider. I thought he was a guy that had great football knowledge. I didn't think he was actually spying on other teams. I didn't know he was flying across the country during the season to do this type of stuff. Where did he get the knowledge? I mean, that could be a question. Why didn't you ask, where are you getting this knowledge, Connor Stallions? Where are you getting all this information?
That's under the idea of if you did know, you should have known.
Yes, agreed.
That's obvious. And because, as you said, no one gets sideline access to talk to coordinators during the game.
You don't get to talk to those guys on the
Come on, man.
You are a true insider.
You know anything about the case against Jim Harbaugh gets worse when you know his nature. He controls everything. He always has. He's got his fingers on everything going on. I mean, he grew up in the house of a very successful, college football coach. He and his brother. I mean, they learned the family business a long time ago.
Yes, they did.
You take care of your program. You know what's going on in your program. That flies in the face of Jim Harbaugh, the coach.
It does.
So yes, I think there's a lot, and I'm just going to be interested to see what it is. Is that, there's some suggesting he could be suspended for the rest of the season.
What if he just admits it? What if he just comes out and be like, yeah, I did it, and I'm moving on. Now, I'm not talking about now, not while the season's going on. I'm talking about once everything's over, the investigation, and then, season's over. What if he comes out and admits it? Because he's not, I don't think he would come back to college again if he goes to the NFL. I think that would be his last hurrah as a coach. I don't think he would go to the NFL and then come back to college. He's going from college to the NFL, back to college. I don't see him go back to the NFL and then back to college. He could, but that's a lot.
Yeah.
I think if he goes to the NFL, that'll be his last stop. And I wonder if he'll be just go like, yeah, I mean, I did it. I admit it. We're now moving on to the NFL.
So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. And that first formality has happened because there's been a lot of buzz that there's a suspension coming for Jim Harbaugh. This formality would indicate, okay, there's a punishment coming. What is it going to be? A game suspension from conference, by the way, not from the NCAA. This would come from the Big Ten, directed at a coach within its conference for sportsmanship
If it's just
violation.
game, take the suspension. It's just a game.
I would agree with
If
that.
it's just one game, I'll be like, okay, I'll take it. One game is nothing. If they want to get, bullish.
Now, if they come out and say rest of the regular season, that's
and the Big Ten title game, say both.
Or even rest of the regular season,
Yeah.
that's 3 games, and that 3 games includes Penn State and Ohio State.
Yeah, so I think that's why you get him, fighting back against it. But one game, honestly, that's a nice compromise. I'd take that if I was Jim Harbaugh. The question is, when it's all said and done, will Jim Harbaugh admit wrongdoing, or will he always deny? When all this is said and done, I would like to know, because Pete Carroll never admitted wrongdoing, did he?
I don't think so.
I don't think we ever got a straight answer from Pete Carroll one way or the other. He just got to like, hey, you know what? That's something part of my life I'm not even discussing anymore. So I just wonder if they'll even get that out of Harbaugh, or if he just goes to the NFL like Pete Carroll and it never happened. Pretty much.
Well, we'll see. But the other part of the Big Ten is you don't want your potential national championship from your conference to be tainted. Can you prevent that at this point? I don't know because they are a really good team. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Texas football on a Tuesday. Looking forward to the college football playoff rankings coming out tonight. Let's go behind the VOC.
Hey, Ty, let's have 4 ready, please. Yes. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about some Texas football here because big game coming up for the Longhorns versus TCU. We heard Sark talking about the Horned Frogs and the different challenges that the Horned Frogs is going to present, but most of the challenges for Texas in this upcoming matchup will be dealing with injuries to guys and trying to make sure that they are the healthiest that they can be in this upcoming matchup. Obviously, most of the discussion that we've had all morning has been about the Quinn Ewers injury and his status. For those who haven't been keeping up earlier, I think it was last night, Quinn Ewers did post a very cryptic social media message. It was a Merle Haggard song lyric he posted. With a shout out to Merle Haggard. So, turn me loose, set me free. A lot of Longhorn fans, they ran with this and thought, oh man, maybe Quinn's hinting that he's coming back sooner rather than later. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the status of Quinn Ewers. Can we go 11, Ty, next? Thank you. That's Sark talking about Quinn's status. It looks like, and my man E just mentioned the Anwar Richardson report that says his sources tell him about a 70% chance, a little over a 70% chance that we see Quinn in this game versus TCU this weekend. With that being said, Sark is really, having a difficult time, but I'm sure it's challenging for him, trying to balance the reps of these quarterbacks now because now Quinn is thrown in the mix, so Quinn's practicing. And then you got Malik Murphy. You got to make sure he's ready to play, right? He's your second-string quarterback, but now making potentially his third start, and you need to start seeing some consistency, a baseline of consistent performance from him. And in case the fit hits the shan, and worst-case scenario happens, Quinn can't play, something happens to Malik, knock on wood, Archie's got to be ready to go. So the season doesn't derail at any point. Here's Sark talking about the balancing act right now that is really challenging him with getting all these quarterbacks ready to go. Can we go 15 next, Ty, please? Thank you. All right, there's Sark talking about the balancing act right now that he is trying to figure out right now at quarterback because he's not gonna know really who's gonna play until later on this week, like Thursday, Friday. Because if Quinn is ahead of schedule, Quinn's gonna play, I imagine. But if Quinn's not quite right, it's possible that they could hold Quinn out, have him ready as basically the second string emergency quarterback, and have Malik play. If Malik ends up regressing or having a bad game to start, then they can put in Quinn. But if Quinn's not ready to go, and then say something does happen with Malik either regressing or Malik has an injury, I'm not going to wood there for that, then you got to have Arch ready to go. And all of this, hopefully, is moot because Malik goes out there and balls out, and we have to worry about Quinn or Arch. That's the hope. But as a coach, you got to plan for the worst. You can hope for the best, but you got to plan for the worst. Let's get 15 ready to go here, Ty. Here's Sark talking about Arch Manning's progress because that's the third factor in this quarterback equation. How you got to get Arch Manning, your third-string quarterback, ready to go, worst-case scenario. And Ty, we can play 14, and that should be it right there. Thank you, bro. Thanks.
Especially when they're not the style of offense that we are and have some aspects of it. What I've learned over the last couple of weeks, especially last week, is we can make a lot of plays downfield and do it in a way that guys are comfortable making those plays downfield. So that's a real positive. And then I think the second part of this game that I'm really encouraged about is he is very athletic. And Arch is extremely athletic. He's a strong, powerful guy. He's got good speed about him. So his game is a little different versatility and twist his style of play.
All right, now start talking about Arch Manning. So Sark's got on his plate with the quarterback position, he and A.J. Milwee this week. But the most promising news coming out of the Monday media availability was about the overall health of the team. They dealt with a lot of injuries in that K-State game. Christian Jones was out. You had multiple starting safeties out. Of course, the quarterback position dealing with injuries there as well. Here's Sark talking about the overall health of the team and some really promising news.
Everybody was out there. Cattle on his back out there. Crawford was out there. Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there. So that was real positive. Naturally, as the week goes on, we're going to have to monitor all these guys and figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what that's going to look like. But for Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging.
There you go, Sark. So everybody practice doesn't mean everybody don't play, but everybody practicing is big, because it means everybody's on track to play at least in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I imagine. So that's good news for Longhorn fans.
Yeah, maybe even Jalen Catalon's out there this week. We'll see. Keaton Crawford was out. Christian Jones was out. So yes, health is good at this time of year, and they battled through the toughest part of their schedule through those injuries, right? The Kansas, Oklahoma, trip to Houston, the game with K-State. Now there's manageable games. Now Texas could lose any of these games. We know that at this point. But they also could treat these 3 games like they did BYU.
Yep, agreed.
And dominate. Our man T-Bone sent us this. You realize that Lincoln Riley, here's a stat. USC has given up 183 points in their last 4 games that Alex Grinch has been fired. Texas has given up 158 points all year.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's it's the reason Alex Grinch is gone, and I think most of us surprised it took this long.
Yeah, because the Washington game just could see coming, but okay, if Michael Penix shreds us with these NFL receivers, okay.
Yeah, because he's doing that to everybody.
But you give up 300 yards rushing, nobody in a gap, gaping holes.
Open field.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah. All right, we'll come back. When we do, what's poppin'? Plus a Sex Panther pick of the night from TY. Get you set up for the rest of your Tuesday. Hook 'em up.
Boom, boom.
John Henry Paul's debate. This film, Anonymous Nobel Prize winning PhD is a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more time income for the same dollar saved, and your money is never missed. Market crashes. That's like if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even if you on documented market statistics that increases their retirement income or allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-800-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-231-9595. That's 1-800-231-9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
Text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line. 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776.
What is poppin' on a Tuesday? And poppin' is this, not this, Rod. The opposite of popping would be my fantasy football teams this week. Went 0 for 2.
Ooh.
Lost both games.
Not good.
But this is why fantasy football is a wreck.
Not good.
Year long. I lost both games to teams who started Derek Carr as their starting quarterback.
Not good.
And my quarterbacks are Josh Allen and Tua. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
How does that happen?
That's
Mark,
ugly.
Derek Carr? Come on, man. Yeah, I needed more from Tony Pollard. Let's just say Tony Pollard is not popping.
Tony Pollard
had won both leagues if Tony Pollard had scored a touchdown, but they don't even give him the damn ball.
Yeah, I think they don't give him the ball because they know it's a waste to give him the ball. And I'm not saying he's a bad player, but I think he's just having a hard time getting back to his old self, to his prime self.
My team needs him, Rod. I mean, this is about me here.
Yeah.
We need a win.
He's got 120 rushes so far this season. At this time last year, it was 81.
And he's about 7 yards a pop. Those 81
exactly,
carries.
and that's not including the receptions. And he wasn't coming off the worst injury he's had as a pro. He's having a hard time with the usage, the workload, and the injury all at one time. Cowboys should have been able to predict that was going to happen, but hope. That's what their strategy.
We like our guys.
We like our guys.
We love our guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Got a championship roster right here, Rod.
I think they might have, but I think there are ways to kind of safeguard and put in fail safes within the roster construction.
Well, I hate to say it,
They
but last year they were probably one other really good receiver away from being able to beat the Niners in January.
And they tried. Remember, they tried. The Texans played hardball. Brandon Cooks, so I'll give them props. They did try, and the Texans didn't want to pay the salary.
Jerry should have paid it.
Jerry should have paid it.
Jerry should have paid
Jerry
it.
should have paid it. You're right. That's
and just like they should have covered whatever the Tennessee Titans wanted to cover for Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's part of going all in.
I will never know this, but I think they beat the Eagles the other night with Derrick Henry. Now, that wouldn't help my fantasy football team because it would have been Derrick Henry scoring a touchdown, not Tony Pollard.
If they had a running game at all, they'd have beat the Eagles last night. And they didn't have a running game.
I know.
Yeah. So, yes,
Come
to
on,
your point, yeah, they've had Derrick Henry. It's a good chance they win them. And maybe that's what's keeping them from being, a true championship contender right now.
Well, I mean, you said it earlier. We said it during the trade deadline.
Can they beat Detroit?
Every other, it depends on where it's at. If we're in Detroit, look, I think Detroit's a real deal team, right? I mean, they're physical. Their offensive line's great. They'd be able to run the ball. When they get David Montgomery back to go with the improving Jahmyr Gibbs, that's the 1-2 punch that's pretty scary. They also made the trade for Donovan Peoples-Jones at the deadline to go with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams.
Would you take them over the Cowboys right now in the NFC if you're ranking them? Obviously, for Eagles and 49ers probably.
It would depend on where the game is. It really would. If it was in Dallas, I would probably pick Cowboys. If it was in Detroit, I would probably pick the Lions.
Yeah, I believe that goes too.
But the Cowboys' defense is really good, and I thought that Sunday night game was the ultimate in frustration for the Cowboys because it did have a playoff game feel, and the Cowboys had every reason to win the game, and it just reminded you of those 2 games with San Francisco the last 2 Januaries where you just didn't have enough, and now it's a run game where for the last half decade, 6-7 years, you could always rely on a run game.
Yep.
You could always rely on Zeke and then Tony Pollard, and now it's just. as you say, they just don't trust it. Well, that's a problem because December, January football.
Ooh, it's ugly.
So
ugly
I would
weather.
say what's popping if you're Dallas and you play the Giants this week and then the Carolina Panthers, you might want to work on that run game and figure out what you can get. And if it's not Tony Pollard, then do more with Rico Dowdle. I don't know. Got to figure something out. But now the deadline is passed.
Maybe throw some Deuce in there.
He's still on your practice squad right now.
I'm just saying, like your run game right now is pretty mediocre. It's period. You're averaging less than 4 yards a carry. See?
Yeah. Well,
You're averaging less than 4 yards a carry. You're an NFL team.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a flaw. It's a huge flaw. All right, so 50 nights of football. Ty, do you have a Sex Panther pick of the night? We've got Ball State, Testicle Techs at Northern Illinois tonight. We also have Central Michigan, West.
Testicle Tech. Well said. Well done.
Ball State. Also Central Michigan at Western Michigan tonight. Ohio is at Buffalo in the MAC attack, which will be a lot of fun. Maction tonight. Akron. That's tomorrow night, Akron and Miami, Ohio. Ty, you have a Sex Panther pick of the night tonight? What are we doing? Ooh, is this one of those early season tournament game thing deals? Let me see where this game is. Yes, okay. This game is at the Sanford Pentagon in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. You been there, Ron?
No, I've not.
Okay, well, this is Auburn. You're taking Auburn over Baylor.
Sounds like a fun place.
+1. Okay, college hoops tonight. All right. They also have FAMU versus Creighton tonight in big-time college basketball. Longhorn hoops was popping last night with a big win over Incarnate Word to start their season. Texas women will open their season tomorrow night, hosting Southern. All right, there's Ty's Sex Panther pick of the night. Rod, have a wonderful Tuesday.
You too, brother.
Get some rest.
Right.
Kiss and burp that baby. You know what I'm saying?
Get better, brother.
Get better,
Yeah.
or you're getting worse. That's what I always say. We'll do it again on a Wednesday morning. We'll be one day closer to another weekend. The Longhorns showdown with TCU. Ty, any fun plans tonight, or is it a slow Tuesday at your place? Oh, nice.
All right.
Did you get a bed yet? Oh, nice.
Oh, today is the plan.
Did you change your tire yet? Tire got changed. I haven't checked in with you on that.
There you go.
All right, buddy. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate you. Great stuff. Thanks to everybody that messaged in, texted in, and had a good time with us. Hope you enjoyed however much you could join us on 101.9 on AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and the Twitch channel there. Also on the YouTube channel at The Horn Austin. Have a great Tuesday. Jim Rome is next, then Rich Eisen, then the Sports Complex. Enjoy. We'll see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
On Hook Up.
Thanks, Ty.
So.